Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you the news. And as the title suggests, we have a problem. We got discrepancies directly out here. We got some hypocrites afoot. And I'm going to showcase that by showcasing some stories here that, oddly enough, you don't see the media and many others trying to parade around and treat the exact same way as they would, or at least the same type of emotions, the caring, and how it is that people are going about it on social media, right? When it deals with the Carmelo Anthony case. So we're going to look at quite just a few stories here that are technically similar. I'm going to read off the articles, show you guys some videos also associated with said articles, and we're going to see what it is that we can see. What is up, Pink? What is up? So we're going to start off with the very first story to the upper left side, which deals with a high school fight that ended up with one boy who was stabbed and later lost his life, and the other charged with murder. And this is Kasein Allison, right? So let's go to the clip.
Clay reporting live in Belton. Both sides made opening arguments today in day one of the trial against Kasein Allison. Allison is accused of the stabbing death of former Belton High School classmate Joe Ramirez of back in 2022. Now, I got to sit in the courtroom today while witnesses made their statements.
Justice for Joe. We miss him. We love you.
That was the feeling from friends and family of Joe Ramirez. While I was in the courtroom, prosecutors played 5 phone calls made to 911. 4 were made by staff and students on the school grounds, including some who told dispatchers there was, quote, lots of blood in the main hallway. A student leaving the school told 911 they could see Allison running through the parking lot and driving away. After those calls, prosecutors also showed video surveillance from inside the school the morning the stabbing happened. It shows Joe Ramirez and a few of his friends walking into the boys' bathroom and Allison walking in with one of his friends moments later. The victim and his friends run out before taking off through the hallways. The video goes on to show Ramirez turning the corner and stumbling to the ground with blood tracking down the school's main hallway. The school's director of safety and security told the court that's when campus went into lockdown and teachers and nurses were seen giving life-saving efforts to Ramirez. A nearby teacher also testified about hearing, quote, really loud yelling and banging, and then witnessed, quote, a student had a hand on his chest and blood drops on the floor. She also told the jury she told a custodian to not clean up the blood because it was, quote, a crime scene. I got the chance to talk with one of Ramirez's friends, James Sandoval. He tells me he wants people to remember Joe as a sweet, loving, funny guy. I asked Sandoval what it was like for him to see the video of his friend losing his life.
It's tough. It's really tough. The emotions were high when that video was gone, Nothing you can, just watch them just bleed out.
Now, the defense says Caysen was in the fight of his life and that he was jumped by 5 classmates, calling it a group beatdown. They also say that while we mourn Ramirez, we're not here to feel sorry for a victim, and that, quote, nothing good happens in a boy's bathroom. Now, I did mention surveillance video. While that surveillance video in the school played, it was definitely emotional for Ramirez's family. Allison has pleaded not guilty, and testimony will continue tomorrow. We'll give you all the updates when we learn more.
Right. So we were able to hear that. Pink said, did I see the press conference? If you're talking about for Carmelo and with his mom, I saw a little bit of it. I do have a clip of it. If I technically need to play it, but I do have a clip directly of that. Bashida, what is up? What is up? What is up? Georgia Sweet said, if that defendant walks, then Carmelo should be acquitted. Well, we don't know specifically what's going to take place with this story, but just to give a little bit of a refresher, we're going to go directly over the article. It says that the murder trial of high school student who admitted to stabbing his classmate and taking his life kicked off in Texas this week. Kasein Allison, now 21, confessed to taking the life of Jose Luis Ramirez Jr., age 18, during a fight in the boys' bathroom at Belton High School back in May 3rd of 2022. Allison's lawyer, Zachary Boyd, stated that in an opening statement that the then 18-year-old acted in self-defense after finding himself forced to fight Ramirez and a group of his friends. Allison, who has been on house arrest ever since posting a $175K bail back in July of 2022, is now facing anywhere between 5 and 99 years in prison if convicted. The murder trial began with opening statements on Monday, and Tuesday's jurors were shown videos of the incident that one of Ramirez's friends recorded inside the bathroom. The video allegedly shows Ramirez throwing a punch at Allison and Allison responding by swinging at Ramirez with a knife in his hand. In that allegedly ends with Ramirez cornered before the teenagers all run out of the bathroom. The arrest affidavit details the aftermath of the fight. Ramirez manages to leave the bathroom, but is seen on school surveillance video collapsing in the hallway a short time later. The school nurse, then started to perform life-saving measures on Ramirez, who was then transported to a local hospital where he was later pronounced deceased. Affidavit also notes that Ramirez had been stabbed in the chest, back, legs, and arms. Allison left the school and returned home after the fight and was arrested a short time later. A knife was recovered with how can I put this? Fluid, basically found directly on it, and that knife was located at Allison's home. Court records show that an additional charge was filed against Allison a few days later on May 9th after he allegedly assaulted a family member. Allison has entered a plea of not guilty, and the trial is expected to last through next week. Now, the funniest thing directly about this story is the fact that when I go on social media, I don't see, again, white people going all over, going haywire, trying to use this as some type of front in order to support their racist positions and or their narratives. Nor do I see white people trying to go online and dissect who the murderer directly is, the parents, what the parents are actually about, if the parents came directly from a two-parent household. Nor do I see white people online trying to question Allison's parents on how it is that they could raise such a murderer, such a killer, right? Somebody that is so violent. Because going to the last part of the article, it clearly shows and states that Allison is problematic because he fought a family member. If you actually, love your family and things of that nature, you're not going to go out there and decide to do something like that. And then inevitably you're going to get into a fight at school. And when it's time to actually fight, put your hands up, you want to pull a knife. And inevitably, he not only did this once, he stabbed this young man several times. So he didn't just do it like once and then he just like dipped off. He did this multiple times. It was premeditated. He knew what it was that he was trying to do. One person threw a punch, the other person stabbed several times. There's a complete difference. Complete difference. And the other thing that they wanted to state about the story is that, Allison was getting jumped. Well, if he was getting jumped, then how was it possible that one person was able to get stabbed multiple times? Somebody explain that to me, because that's not how that works. Because usually if there's multiple people there, somebody's gonna be like, yo, that person got a knife. Get them. And then, you're going to sit up there and get that knife. You're going to get that hand or whatnot that has that knife so that nobody can get harmed. Maybe somebody might have gotten like a slash or a cut or something like that, but it wouldn't have ended up to the point where somebody is, gone. Like they couldn't even make it a few steps out of the bathroom. Like that's some crazy work. But like I said before, this further shows how when it deals with a lot of stories in the United States, certain people tend to care more about the race when it deals with the story versus the actual story itself and the loss of life and the things that specifically took place, right? So next we're going to go to another story, which is this one here, which again, I find a little bit weird how white people aren't going haywire directly over this, right? Because white people just won the election, correct? And you have a student that decided that in order to get the plan in order to make that happen, he had to take the life of his parents, right? He needed some type of financial gain by a great loss in order to do what it is that he needed to do. And the main reason he wanted to do this was, quote unquote, to save the nation and to save the white race. Now, I'm a little bit confused for the white people directly out there. I need y'all to let me know, need y'all to let me understand how it is that this white boy decided that he concocted this idea to not only get rid of his white parents, right? Not only risk his white life, but to then go after a white sitting president to save the white race. That doesn't make any sense. But like I said before, a lot of white people out here like to make it seem as though that racism or these far right or these fringe groups or racist behaviors don't exist in America. But yet here we are. And the guy himself, the student, the kid, whatever, he said himself that this is what he was trying to do for America. But for whatever reason, I don't hear patriots talking about this. I don't hear the flag wavers talking about this. But matter of fact, let's go directly into the clip.
Alleged plan to overthrow the federal government and assassinate President Trump. The 17-year-old is charged with murder in the deaths of his stepmother, his mother, and stepfather. So let's bring in ABC's Melissa Adon. And Melissa, you're learning the FBI now believes there may be others who were aware of this alleged plot.
Mary, yes, these new federal documents are showing that the government is considering possible conspiracy charges. This against 17-year-old Nikita Casper and also the others who they say had some knowledge about the alleged extremist plot. The FBI says the Wisconsin teen allegedly murdered his parents and was motivated by white supremacy with extremist neo-Nazi views in order to obtain the financial means and autonomy necessary to kill President Trump and overthrow the government. Well, federal affidavits say that Casap was in contact with others who appear to have been aware of his plan and actions and also provided assistance. This including a couple of people overseas, as well as another person who Casap allegedly told that he was going to go on a spree of violence. Mary?
A bizarre and troubling story, Melissa. Thank you.
Right, so we heard that. So now we're going to go a little bit more with the article. It says that a teenager has been accused of taking the life of his parents so he could obtain the financial means to go after the sitting president, Donald Trump, and overthrow the United States government, according to the FBI. Nikita Casper, age 17 from Wisconsin, was charged last month with 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide following the deaths of his mother, Tatiana Casper, and his stepfather, Donald Mayer. The county district attorney, Leslie Bosey, stated that Casper took the life of his mother and aimed at her at least 3 times, twice in the stomach and once in the neck on February 11th. Prosecutor stated that the teen took the life of Mr. Mayer by aiming directly at him in the back of the head at the same day. Casper allegedly went to the school the next day and continued to live at the home with the bodies until February 23rd. Authorities allege he fled with $14,000 in cash, passports, and the family dog. Ms. Casper and Mr. Mayer's bodies were both found in the state of decay on February 28th after Mayer's mother, who had not heard from him in weeks, called the sheriff's office for a welfare check. Casper was arrested the same day after this 800 miles away from his Wisconsin home. The teenager, who is in custody at the county jail in Wisconsin on a $1 million bond, is due in court next month to enter a plea. He is also facing 2 counts of hiding a corpse, a charge of regarding theft of property over $10,000, and 2 charges of misappropriating identity to obtain money. More details about the allegations against Casper have now emerged after they were outlined in an FBI warrant, which was unsealed on Friday. It states that Casper allegedly wrote a manifesto calling for the going after President Donald Trump. Quote, he was in touch with other parties about his plans to go after the president and overthrow the government. The killing of his parents appeared to be an effort to obtain the financial means and the autonomy necessary to carry out his plans. It also alleges that Casper outlined reasons for wanting to go after the president in 3-page anti-Semitic manifesto praising a certain German ruler. The warrant filed at a federal court in Milwaukee also contains excerpts of communications on TikTok and a Telegram Messenger app. In court, prosecutors allege that Casper was in touch with a person who speaks Russian and shared the plan to flee to the Ukraine. Federal prosecutors allege the manifesto included ideas about how he would live in the war-torn country. Citing Casper's writing, the federal warrant states that the teenager wanted to spur government collapse by, quote, getting rid of the president and perhaps the vice president. Casper's public defender, Nicole Otrotsky, moved to dismiss some of the charges, including theft against her client last month. She argued that prosecutors had not laid out their case. She has also noted that her client's age during the proceedings. He is young. He is still in high school, she said on March 12th. Meanwhile, prosecutors stated that in court that Ms. Casper and Mr. Mayer's bodies were so badly decomposed that they had to be identified through dental records. So again, that was just one part, right? I got a whole nother article outlining something else that they didn't want to talk about as well, which is quite crazy. And again, like I said before, it's a little bit amazing to me that when it deals with the Carmelo Anthony case, that white people are online right now still going crazy. They're trying to monitor, oh, this money, this, and this money, that. Look at what they're buying. Look at what they're spending, yada, yada, yada. Oh, look at the bail. This is egregious. This is outrageous. We already just had one case where one bail was $1 million. We had another case where another bail was $172K. And in both cases, you have people that took the lives of individuals, but yet I do not see white Americans, true blue patriotic Americans, the ones that say that, oh, we love this country, we're going to take it back out. I don't see them getting up in arms about the loss of life that is taking place here. And again, these stories here have nothing to do with anybody black. That's the only common denominator that I can pick up on of why it is that these stories aren't being just, really talked about as much as one other story, right? Because if, quote unquote, like a lot of people like to say that all lives matter, then that means that all stories should also matter. But I guess stories only matter when it depends on the color of the quote unquote perpetrator, right? But I really thought that this story would be highlighted due to the fact that this white kid wanted to go after a sitting president to cause chaos in the country, right? Wanted to, try to cause an upheaval, probably even a race war, like some people like to say. But I know a lot of people like to say that black people are the most racist people directly out here. No problem. I got you. So let's go to another article that highlights how problematic this is. It says white supremacist Telegram network allegedly inspired teen accused of taking the life of his parents and plotting to go after a sitting president. A Wisconsin teenager accused of taking the life of two family members and plotting to go after President Trump was inspired by Telegram, a white supremacist network that operated on the Telegram messaging and social media platform for half a decade. Now, I want to note that half a decade. I thought this was something that was just created. This was going on half a decade. That's a pretty long time. The Telegram community, which has been linked to around 36 criminal cases around the globe, including at least 3 mass incidences, was profiled last month in stories and documentaries produced by ProPublica and Frontlines. The court documents allege that Nikita Casper, a 17-year-old from Wisconsin, wrote 3-page manifesto calling for, going after Trump in order to, quote, foment a political revolution in the United States and save the white race from, quote unquote, Jewish-controlled politicians. In his manifesto, Casper allegedly encouraged people to read the writings of Jura Krajik. I might have mispronounced that. Please excuse me. I think it might be Russian or something. A longtime Telegram figure who murdered 2 people in an attack on the LGBTQ plus bar in Slovakia in 2022, according to court documents. Casper also allegedly recommended 2 publications produced by the Telegram Collective, a secretive group that produced alleged hit list videos and written publications, including instructions for building bombs and sabotaging critical infrastructures and distributing them throughout the Telegram ecosystem. Launched in 2019, Telegram was a constellation of scores of Telegram channels and chat groups focused on inciting acts of white supremacist terrorism and anti-government sabotage. At the network's peak, some Telegram channels drew thousands of followers. Over the past 6 months, however, the network has been disrupted as authorities in Canada and the United States and Europe have arrested key Telegram influencers and community members, but the violence has not stopped. Casper in February allegedly took the lives of both his mother and stepfather and stole their property and fled in their Volkswagen Atlas. He was arrested in Kansas. Prosecutors have charged the teen with 2 counts of first-degree homicide as well as identity theft and theft charges. He is expected to be arraigned on May 7th. A witness stated to local investigators that Casper was in touch with a male Russian through the Telegram app and were planning to overthrow the United States government and go after President Trump. The newly unsealed federal court filings indicate that the FBI is investigating Casper in connection to the alleged plot against Trump. Last fall, federal prosecutors accused 2 Americans of also acting as leaders of the Telegram collective and charged them with soliciting the murder of federal officials and a host of other terrorism-related offenses. The United States Department has officially designated the Telegram collective as a terrorist organization, as have officials in the United Kingdom and Australia. The 2 Americans have pleaded not guilty to those charges. So again, this is not something that is just random. You have groupings of white people out here, fringe groups, right groups, whatever you want to sit up there and call it, that are all over the place. There was an article that I gave to you guys not too long ago that they stated that you have white supremacists who are in the court systems, who are in the police, who are also within the FBI and many other government infrastructures that we have in the United States. So again, I'm just asking to the white people directly out there, why are you guys not outraged? If all lives matter, if racism shouldn't exist, then wouldn't it behoove you to go after these people, to point them directly out, to get them arrested, to make sure that we get rid of this out of society so that it doesn't proliferate and grow as a cancer and get to an uncontrollable rate where it's not curable? Shouldn't that be the main thing that you would want to do if you really believe, right, that all lives matter? But again, that's not what I'm saying. And the same patriots that were mad earlier on, what was it, like last year or whatnot or whatever, when it dealt with an attempt on Trump's life, right, when he was speaking, how mad and how angry a lot of patriots were. But yet when you have this 17-year-old teen who literally took the life of his parents, who was in touch with people from other countries to get money, to flee America. Now, note, American citizen trying to do something to cause chaos, to cause civil unrest. He was going to do that and then dip off to the Ukraine. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? And like, what? And again, to a lot of white folks out there, why are you guys not talking about this? Why are you guys not so heavily invested in this? Because if you have one of him directly out here trying to go after the president, you probably got hundreds more just waiting, just plotting. They're just sitting there and they're like, okay, well, this is what went wrong here. They're trying to decipher and go through and look at the examples of other people before so that they could try to perfect something. This is not what you want to happen. So like I said before, a lot of these fringe groups, a lot of these telegrams or whatever is directly out there, realistically, you would want them to be shut down. You would want them to disappear, correct? In order to realistically show that America is not about hate, that America is about all people's lives, as a lot of white people have liked to try to posture up and try to state directly online when it deals with the Carmelo case. But again, that's not what I'm saying. With at least the 2 examples that I've given right now, I'm not seeing that from the quote unquote white majority, from the white Americans directly out here. You got white supremacists directly amongst you. They're in your family, they're friends, they're co-workers. You might have even heard some people directly at school or just passing by saying some things. But do you think that they're going to call the FBI or let the government know, like, hey, we got some people out here, you might want to check them. No, you're not. You're not gonna do that at all. You're just gonna let it be because it doesn't affect you up until it actually affects you. And what I also want a lot of white people to realize and know, that an agent of chaos directly like him does not care if your family would be directly in the way. He doesn't care if your kids would be directly in the way. He would not care about the loss of life that is going to take place, because in their mind, in their mental, they feel that, hey, anything that's a sacrifice to the main goal is worth it. So he would be willing to literally sacrifice the whole lot of you white folks directly out here in the United States in order to get his plan said and done. And like I said before, he was in contact with somebody over there in Europe to get money to flee after he causes the chaos. Now, look at that. Now, why would you cause chaos and not want to be there to, in a sense, try to, calm it down in order not to, put people in the correct direction? How are you saying that you care about your race, the white race, so much that you're willing to cause chaos? You're willing to destroy everything in America and then dip off and leave? Huh. Look at that. So much for actually caring about the quote unquote white race. Some crazy work. But like I said before, white people don't want to touch it. White people don't want to talk about it. That's some crazy work right there. And like I said, this is the president that you voted for. I would think that you would actually want to protect him. I would think that you would want to do everything that is beneficial to making sure that he would be able to serve the full second and a potentially third term. I would think that that would actually be the thing, and you wouldn't just be so, jubilated, I guess would be the word, or just so happy, about, hey, we got the vote, election, Trump's in there, work is done, right? I would think that you would want to make sure that he was completely safe and sound, because he has to do certain types of work to make sure that America is going to work, to make sure that Americans can actually benefit, to make sure that the economy is going to economy, right? But I guess not, right? Maybe that's just me. So now we're going to go to actually, I'm going to save that clip, right? So we're going to go to the whole case that everybody knows, just to catch everybody up to speed dealing with the whole thing with Carmelo Anthony. We're going to go with the old, news clip directly out there, just in case, I don't know, some people might not know about it.
Accused of fatally stabbing his son at a high school track meet. Police are now revealing what led to the terrifying moment. Here's ABC's Andrea Fujii.
New details about the killing of Austin Metcalf, the student stabbed at a high school track meet near Dallas. According to the arrest affidavit, 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony has confessed to the killing, saying he was trying to protect himself.
He knew how much I loved him, how much I do for him, anything. I do anything for him.
Hunter Metcalf says he held his twin brother Austin as he was dying.
I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I looked at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest. No.
It happened at the district championship meet in Frisco. Hunter says his brother had asked Carmelo to move his seat because he was sitting under the wrong tent. A witness says Carmelo replied, "Touch me and see what happens." And when Austin grabbed him, Carmelo allegedly pulled a knife.
They asked him to move, and when Austin grabbed his backpack to move, take it, he stabbed him in the chest and killed him.
He's now charged with first-degree murder.
Just because the kid was mad, my son is not here anymore, and I don't understand it.
Austin is being remembered as an honors student with aspirations to play college football. Despite the shocking loss, Austin's father says he chooses forgiveness over anger.
I forgive the other person because the forgiveness is not for him. The forgiveness is for me, so I can have peace. His life is destroyed. My life is destroyed.
The arrest affidavit says as Carmelo Anthony was being arrested, he asked if Austin was okay. Anthony is being held on $1 million bond.
So, again, the similarities in between Austin, right, Metcalf, and the situation with Carmelo, and the similar instance of these two here. The only difference is the white boy Allison decided that, hey, we're actually going to have this fight. We're going to schedule this for the boys' bathroom in our school, and we're going to have this out, and then that's going to be that. Right? That was the plan. That was what was supposed to happen. Both parties actually knew what was going to happen, what was going to go down. And both people showed up. The only difference is one showed up with a knife and the other one showed up with his fist. One person was inevitably stabbed several times, and the other person claimed self-defense because supposedly they were going to get jumped by a multitude of people. But a multitude of people did not get stabbed. So we go right back to this instance here with McCaff and Carmelo. And it was stated that Carmelo, it was, pouring down raining, and Carmelo was under another team's, tent. Again, there are no assigned seats. And the two brothers were basically letting them know, like, hey, you're not supposed to be here. Now, again, no assigned seats. It shouldn't really matter. You didn't pay for anything. You don't own anything there. You don't have the right to sit up there and tell somebody to just get up and move. Right? Decided to have a back and forth, an exchange of words. And, magically people want to start putting hands on other people, which oddly enough, people want to tend to leave out of this conversation. So after hands were put on, it's like, hey, touch me again, see what happens. You did it again. So, okay, hey, why don't you punch me and see what happens? And then after a hard shove basically happens, somebody defended themselves, and, rightfully so, because you should never put your hands on anybody, especially when they tell you specifically to leave them alone, especially when you know that said person, right, who is defending themselves, Carmelo, is 130 pounds. McCaff is ranging anywhere in between 225 to 245 pounds. On top of that, he also has a brother that has a similar weight. And on top of that, they're 6 feet tall. It's amazing. Whenever conversations take place online, people try to make it seem as though that McCaff was just like some, small kid, not nerdy, but some type of small kid. And they try to really make it seem like, Carmelo was just like this brute force killer directly out here, just waiting to see somebody, like he was Liam Neeson waiting outside of an Irish bar trying to catch anybody that was black. And that just wasn't the case. Like I said, the optics on this is a tad bit screwed. And it's amazing to me. But like I said before, it's amazing that white people are heavily fixated on this, right? And it's because of the race of the individuals, right? But if we go directly back to the main image that I showed directly off to you guys, you can clearly see that there are two stories here that white people are not really up in arms about, that white people really don't care about. And that's because there's nobody black in the other stories. There's nobody black. So there's no reason to get up in arms. It just is what it is. This is just one bad person amongst a great deal of many who don't do anything like this. So we're going to overlook this. Sorry for the family. Sorry for everything that took. We're going to overlook this because it's pretty much just white people there. But this situation here, this Carmelo kid, yeah. That's one of those blacks. That's one of those thugs. It's one of the criminals. One of the dangerous ones. It's one of those gang members. That's one of the ones that grow up in a single parent household. And the funniest thing, listening to white people talk about this, you inevitably find out, going back to the image that I gave to you, that Carmelo is a part of a 2-parent household that puts God first. You see Carmelo to the left, you see his mom and dad to the right, and then you see his 2 brothers, his 2 youngest brothers, and his sisters. But yet white people wanted to go with a stereotype to try to make it seem like this young man is just coming from the ghettos, like he's just coming, straight, off the side of the curve somewhere, like he coming from the gutter, like he just out there in the streets, just up to no good, just rolling around, drive by and ganging and all of this, like he got some type of huge record. Crazy work. It's diabolical in nature. And it's funny how, you know, white people always get online and they talk about everybody deserves a fair trial. Everybody is innocent up until proven guilty. I've gone online and looked at a lot of y'all comments on X, on TikTok, and everywhere else, and all of you guys deem him to be a murderer, deem him to be a criminal, deem him to be a thug, deem him to be a gang member, deem him to be everything but the child of God. So you don't even allow or give him the grace to actually be innocent or to be proven innocent. You're just automatically court of public opinion. He's black. He's guilty. He did everything wrong. McCaff did everything right. And I'm like, wow, I wonder if that's because a lot of the folks directly out there that feel that McCaff is correct are white. I wonder if you guys are agreeing that McCaff is innocent because you see yourselves reflective within him. So you feel a type of pity, you feel a type of empathy, you feel this type of sorrow because you see yourself, you more than likely see your family and your kids, and you can't find anything that is identifiable when it deals with Carmelo. But yet you guys are the same ones that want to preach about God and say that we are all God's children. You want to preach that all lives matter and that you're not racist and that white supremacy and ideologies like that don't exist in the United States and they have no place. But yet I went over a story that showcased to you that all of those things actually do exist. I can actually go through comments when it deals with McCaff and certain images, how you wanted to praise him and make him seem like this angel, but you wanted to have some lightning in the background, which looks awfully familiar to a certain time in Germany. And these are Americans that are doing this. I want people to know. These are white Americans that are making these images that are putting lightning strikes directly in the background. If you don't know what those are, you might want to go research and look those up for yourself. And I find it very interesting that these are the same folks that are highly conservative. They're always MAGA driven. They're always Republican. You go to their post directly on X and everywhere else. They say that they put God first. They say that they're a Christian family and America is the greatest and whatnot or whatever. But yet you guys tend to be the utmost racist people directly out here in one hand. But then you want to try to portray yourself as God's child in the other. That's some diabolical work. That's crazy how it happens. 100% crazy. But yet, here we are. Here we are. So now we're going to go to another story that I don't really hear white people talking about. And this just actually recently happened. This smiling, bright, penny's worth of a fellow that you see here. If you don't know who I'm referring to the clown It. He's sitting down there smiling, and he is a suspect in a Florida State college campus incident that just happened. And oddly enough, this white student that you see directly in front of you, his parents work in law enforcement. Color me surprised. And this is also how he got his hands directly on a weapon. Huh. But, you know, it'd be like that, I guess. But let's see what the police have to say about this, and then we'll go directly over the article.
Our deepest condolences go out to the FSU family, the families of the students who are here. And we understand that you all have been devastated because of this person's actions. The question as it relates to who is the shooter is 20-year-old Phoenix Iikner. And he's the son of a Leon County Sheriff deputy. Our Deputy Iikner has been with the Leon County Sheriff's Office for over 18 years. She has a tremendous job that she's done. Her service to this community has been exceptional. Unfortunately, her son had access to one of her weapons, and that was one of the weapons that was found at the scene. And we are continuing that investigation into how that weapon was used and what other weapons perhaps he may have had access to. The alleged shooter was also a long-standing member of the Leon County Sheriff's Office Citizen Advisory or Youth Advisory Council. So he has been steep in the Leon County Sheriff's Office family, engaged in a number of training programs that we have. So it's not a surprise to us that he had access to weapons. This event is tragic in more ways than you people in the audience could ever fathom from a law enforcement perspective. But I will tell you this, we will make sure that we do everything we can to prosecute and make sure that we send a message to folks that this will never be tolerated here in Leon County, and I dare say across this state and across this nation.
Right? So we got this college student that decided, white college student decided that he just wanted to take some lives just for no reason. Just for no reason, right? So let's read what they got to say about this. They said a Florida State University student accused of taking the life of 2 people and injuring 5 others in an incident at a university on Thursday is the son of a local sheriff's deputy authority state and spent time training with law enforcement and serving on a sheriff's advisory council in years before his alleged attack. So again, this is more than likely premeditated. He knew what he wanted to do, but he knew he had to train in order to do the things that he wanted to do. He knew that he had to masquerade. Right? He had to dress up and pretend to be something so that people would overlook and not question if he may try to do something later on with the information and the training. Also states that when he was taken into custody after being injured by university police, Phoenix Iikner, age 20, was carrying a handgun that used to be a service weapon for Sheriff's Deputy Jessica Iikner. A review of court records shows that Phoenix Iikner had a tumultuous childhood with another woman identified in the documents as his biological mother, accused of removing him from the U.S. in violation of a custody agreement when he was 10 years of age. Sheriff Walter McNeil told reporters that the suspect was steeped in the Leon County Sheriff's Office family and engaged in a number of training programs that we have, so it's not a surprise to us that he had access to weapons. Jessica Iikner has served at the sheriff's, Jessica Iikner has served at the sheriff's department for more than 18 years. McNeil also stated and added that, quote, her service to the community has been exceptional. She did not respond to requests for comments. Phoenix Iikner was a member of the Sheriff's Youth Advisory Council, which is designated to provide an open line of communication between the youth of Leon County and local law enforcement. And on Instagram, an account with Iikner's name and photo was taken offline after he was publicly identified, including a Bible quote on his profile that said, "You are my war club, my weapon for battle. With you, I shatter nations. With you, I destroy kingdoms." Iikner is a registered Republican. Color me surprised. According to the Florida voter registration records, he was quoted in January in an FSU student newspaper article about anti-Trump protests in advance of the president's inauguration. Quote, "These people are usually pretty entertaining, usually not for good reasons. I think it's a little too late." He, when talking about Trump, already going to be inaugurated on January 20th, which this would actually stop scrolling, on January 20th, and there's not really much you can do unless you outright revolt. And I don't think anybody wants that. On Thursday, university police aimed at Iikner after he didn't comply with commands from officers. The Tallahassee police chief, Lawrence, also stated that he added he did not believe Iikner fired at officers. Iikner was hospitalized with serious but non-life-threatening injuries, and he invoked his right to not speak when he was taken into custody. Iikner is a junior political science major at Florida State University. Spokesperson Stephen Stone stated, also noting that Iikner had transferred to FSU for the spring semester from Tallahassee State College. He received an associate's degree from Tallahassee State in December and from Tallahassee State in December. They also stated that Iikner was asked to leave a political club due to unsettling behaviors. They said that an FSU student stated that he knew Iikner, whom he encountered in an extracurricular political club a few years back. Seibold stated that Iikner was asked to leave the group, which discussed current events due to behaviors that unsettled others. Quote, he had continually made enough people uncomfortable where certain people had stopped coming. That's kind of when we reached the breaking point with Phoenix and we asked him to leave. Seibold also stated that Iikner's comments went beyond conservatism. Quote, it's been a couple of years now. I can't give exact quotes. He talked about the ravages of multiculturalism and communism and how it's ruining America. Leon County court records show that Iikner's biological mother was accused of taking him to Norway when he was 10 years of age. In violation of custody agreement, the court documents referred to the child as Christian Eriksen and stated that he and his biological mother are both dual U.S. Norwegian citizens. The shooting suspect later changed his name from Christian Eriksen to Phoenix Iikner. According to an affidavit from sheriff's detectives, the child's biological mother told his father that she would take him to South Florida for the spring in March of 2015. Instead, she fled the country with him in violation of their custody agreement, taking him to Norway. The suspect's biological mother pled no contest to removing the minor from the state against court orders. She was sentenced to 200 days in jail, 170 of which she had already served, followed by 2 years of community control and then 2 years of probation, according to court records. She was also ordered to have a no contact during her sentence with her son or any of his teachers, doctors, and or counselors unless allowed by the courts. She later moved to vacate her plea, stating that she had made it under duress. It's unclear whether the suspect's biological mother had any contact with him over the last decade, and she did not respond to requests for comment. But just after the incident, she posted on Facebook complaining that her son's dad hadn't responded when she wrote to ask if everything is all right with her son, who studied at FSU. Community members are still stating that they're struggling with reconciling with Phoenix Iikner's ties to the police force and his alleged attack on campus. So yeah, we got what you could say another troubled youth directly out there. It's diabolical work, and this is something that he wanted to do towards other students for clear-cut no reason. I'm reading directly through the article. I'm still trying to figure out what was the reason. Did he need to defend himself? Was somebody there, trying to threaten him? Was there just, some Nephilim of a being that he just needed to, defend the campus from? Like, specifically, what was the reason for doing all of this work and then deciding that you wanted to bring a weapon to school, inevitably to take lives? That's crazy. That's some diabolical work. And then your mother was going to try to take you to flee. You got Norwegian, citizenship, dual citizenship. That's some crazy work. It's amazing that in both of these stories, people that are supposed to be, in love with the United States are fleeing to other areas, causing things to transpire. And then they want to sit up here and flee the United States. That doesn't sound American to me. That's crazy. That's some diabolical work, right? Interesting. 100%. Diabolical work. So, the funniest thing is somebody wanted to state that you don't have to feel inferior, right? You can come off the plantation. The most interesting thing about feeling inferior is the fact that I would never do anything like this in the United States. This white boy was literally going to go after Trump to save the white race, but you're saying that I feel inferior? That's a little bit weird. That's a little bit odd. It seems to me that we have a lot of people directly in the conversation, in the chat, that don't actually want to pay attention. And they want to throw some back and forths, directly out there. in order to get away from the main point, because they don't have anything to argue. They don't actually legitimately have anything to state. So this is why in the comment section you'll happen to see some people, oh, but look at the stats, black on black crime and this, that has nothing to do with nothing with speaking on these conversations. That has nothing to do with nothing. Like I said before, you got a white boy directly up here that said that he wanted to take out your man's, in order to save the white race, in order to save America. And you got the nerve to try to make it seem as though that I'm the one that's problematic. It's actually quite a few of you directly in here just doing a slow scan. And a lot of you guys want to roll up and say that, you know, Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, you know, race hustling and all this other type of stuff. It seems that comprehension and common sense is severely lacking with a lot of folks directly out there. And the main point that I'm bringing up to a lot of people is that you guys tend to say that all lives matter, but realistically, it doesn't, at least to you guys. That's just the stance that you want to try to, you know, make it seem that you're different from everybody else while still hiding who it is that you naturally are, which is weird, which is 100% weird, right? Because if we're going to, as I stated before, if we're going to quote unquote condemn and care about one situation, right, where we have a loss of life, then you should treat every other situation with the exact same hostility, right? And I'm speaking to a lot of the clowns directly in the comment section. You should treat, because I know that comprehension is not a key directly for you. This is why you keep talking about stats and all this other type of stuff. I'm talking about the facts directly in front of me. Like I said, you're trying to move the goalpost. Ain't nobody running with that. That's why you're in the comment section just mouthing off, just doing whatever, right? And this is why I can clearly click back and forth and show pictures. That's how it works. So the main facts of the matter is, as I've stated to you guys commonly before, that, you know, the media can very easily get directly to white people by sprinkling something black directly in there and triggering white people in order to just fixate and focus on that and say that that's the biggest problem. While at the same time,
to overthrow the
we'll
federal
have
government.
Instances like this where you have a white male student that wants to go after a sitting president. Now, pay attention to how a lot of the people that want to, you know, come through, they want to clown in the chat, they want to, you know, throw all of these goalpost moving things, statements directly in there. Notice how they don't have anything to address when it deals with this story. Notice how they don't have anything to say. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me catch you real quick. Right? You said this is why I only got 27 views. Oh, I love doing this. Hold on, I got you real quick. Let me fix you up real quick, right? Because you think you know something. Let me help you real quick, buddy. I got you, pal. Hold on. Let me catch you real quick. Let me put this image because I just took this snapshot. This is what it looks like on my screen. Right? It's a little bit, well, on my end, it might be a little bit double, but this is what it looks like on my screen, right? You said this is why I have 27 views. What does that little I directly above state to you? It says 191 people. So this is what I tend to state to people when they think that they actually know something, when you really don't actually know anything at all. This is what happens when you decide that you want to sit up there and assume and you don't really have the facts. I actually got 191 directly up here on the scene. So what are we talking about? What's happening? Some crazy work out there though. That's some crazy work. Diabolical in nature. You thought I just had 27 people watching? Ooh, that's crazy. That's some crazy work. That's some crazy work. But like I said, my main point is to showcase the fact that we have issues all across the United States, but specifically when it deals with the media, you know, they want to tend to only highlight certain stories. And they're going to only highlight the stories when it deals with race, when they know that they can make the utmost money. And I'm talking about from both angles, when it's Democrat and Republican. But a lot of people are too stupid and too slow to actually understand and to see what it is that I'm talking about. So this is why you have a lot of people that decide, hey, we're going to bring up stats dealing with the black community. And again, anybody bringing up stats dealing with the black community to try to, soapbox something, it doesn't make sense, because you could easily have a debate or decide that you want to have a conversation with these stories and break them down, but you don't want to do that because there's just too much there. It's complete, it's plain, and it's obvious what's going on here and what the actual real problem is. Matter of fact, let me go back to one of the stories, one of the articles that I read directly off, right? Because I want to make sure to show that directly off, because somebody, people always want to say, oh, racism doesn't exist and all this other type of stuff and yada, 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 yada. So I'm going to block out just a few words here because I know how it is, with people directly out here going over a lot of stories, because, it's clown work. A lot of people like to sit up there and clown. So I want to sit up there and just state this again. Nowhere at any moment in time during any of the live stream or any part of the videos that I've gone over do I advocate for any of the things that I am going over or that I have shown in detail. Don't advocate, don't agree with any of the things that are going on here, irregardless of what some of the commenters would like to have others believe or try to say. Again, this is what it looks like when people have theories and not actual facts. But let me just highlight this, right? Because when I talk about instances like this, right? Let me put that up there. Shout out to Tom Slick for the $20 dono directly to the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation to Tom for the dono, right? So when we go back and we look at the fact that we have things such as this, right? And I'm putting this directly in front of everybody that is here. It clearly states what? White supremacist Telegram network allegedly inspired teen accused of taking the life of his parents and plotting against sitting President Donald Trump. When I put things like that and I try to showcase that this is problematic, that this is going to be very harmful for white people, do you know what I happen to get in the comment section during live streams? I get a whole bunch of trolls, and they're white. Get a whole bunch of trolls, white, want to say this, want to say that, but don't want to focus on how problematic this is. They don't want to focus on how this is going to shine a very negative and a bad light on white people in America. And I'm just talking about in general, because this is not good. Because let me sit up and tell you, I never knew that any of these things existed. I'm black. I don't know that these things exist. This is outside of my pay grade. This is outside of my viewpoint. This is outside of my range. This is outside of any conversations that I would have with any other person every single day, friends, family, or maybe some run-ins with people on social media or on Xbox. Didn't even know that these things exist. But I know that there's a lot of white people that know that these things exist. I know that there's a lot of white people that talk about these things, that pass along the information, that are in contact with other people that know that these things exist, that have come passing by, hearing about these types of conversations. And like I said before, it's crazy to me to know that white people know and understand that these things are out here, but yet you don't do your due diligence to get these directly off of the playing field so that it doesn't become a larger cancer. You say that you want to fix America. You say that America is the greatest. You say that America is not racist. You say that there's no room for it. You say that all lives matter. But why do I consistently see things like this out here? Why? Why is that? And like I said, I'll point this out to you, and y'all don't come through in the comment section, want to have a cordial conversation. And y'all wonder why it is that I say the things that I happen to state when I'm talking directly to and about white people. Y'all wonder why I say the things that I say. Is because y'all enable that type of stuff. I wouldn't have to say anything if you guys were actually progressively trying to get rid of this stuff in the United States, but you don't, because you don't care about it, because it's not specifically infecting you / affecting you, and it's not at your doorstep. You think that, oh, well, that's just, those whites directly over there. I don't have anything to do with that. It's bad that it's happening, but everybody has free speech. Everybody's free to believe. I'm not going to tell another man what he should do or what he should believe in. But yet the same man that you're talking about is trying to go after the president of the United States. So shouldn't it have clicked that, yo, I need to make the government aware? Maybe I do have my beliefs, but I'm going to push that to the side because the country is more important. If you're actually a patriot, you would have actually reported things like this. And there's a lot of white Americans that are on X right now, and they're consistently in these arguments, in these conversations where it's like, yeah, these blacks this and these blacks that. Want to throw all of these racial stereotypes and these tropes directly out there. You want to have your lightning insignias directly out there. You want to claim that you're American, but you got allegiance to, to 40s to 30 and 40s era Europe. Those groups directly out there. You want to be so proud to be American, but you're sitting up there pledging allegiance to something over there in Europe. That's some crazy work. And I could have sworn at a moment in time, somebody correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section, but I could have sworn at a moment in time, somebody stated that you cannot serve two gods. So I'm trying to figure out that how is it possible that you have white people directly out here that are like, hey, I'm pro-America, I'm for America, but then you're also pro some other stuff in another country. How does that work? How are you trying to play two different sides and think that you're about to benefit without having to sacrifice nothing? Everything requires a sacrifice. If you want to sit up there and worship two gods, you're going to have to make an even greater sacrifice. And I promise you, at one point in time, once those gods figure out what's going on, that you're trying to play some games, they're going to sit up there and get you. Something's going to sit up there and happen. But like I said, because it's not at your doorstep, because it's outside of your scope, because you think that you're just, cool and all. You think, it's whatever it is. I'll just make do with whatever it is that has to sit up there and happen. But like I said before, you have a lot of sacrifices in the United States that are taking place at this moment in time. And it is by way of those who are part of the majority. And I'm just trying to figure out, hey, white people directly out there, when are you guys going to fix these problems here? The same way that you always want to tell black people, hey, black people, when are you going to fix your community? We've always been fixing and doing this and doing that. But for whatever reason, you guys want to really fixate it and focus in on something that you don't even care about. But yet the same people who bring up stats talking about statistics and all this other type of stuff, in reverse, I brought up the FBI statistics and I'm like, yo, white people, y'all got some problems amongst you and your groupings when it deals with your men and your communities committing a lot of these crimes. What are you guys doing about this? And I'll hold the mic up and magically I get nobody white to respond. Nobody white specifically wants to have that conversation, meet in the middle of the road and have that conversation as two individuals that know that things are going on in said communities. So let's have a conversation. We'll see what both people are sitting up there doing respectively of their communities. White people don't ever want to come up to this conversation. White people don't want to show up and have a cordial conversation like that. Because whenever I point out all things that's going on here, white people are like, I don't care about all things. Let's just focus on the black thing. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird. That's a little bit crazy to me. But, this is where we are. This is how easy it is just by looking at this article. This is how easy it is to mislead a lot of white folks out here. All you got to cause is like a little bit of dissent, a little bit of hopelessness, a little bit of fear. You got the trigger. Now you're going to have them flocking to a lot of these telegrams, a lot of these covert Tumblrs, these IG, these Facebook groups. Like I said, I uncovered a lot of these groups across a lot of the internet, and they're still in existence, or they rebirthed and did something else. But the point and the fact of the matter is that they still exist. And the worst part is now for a lot of white folks out there, what you don't understand is that now a lot of your young boys are caught up in that. I'm talking about at an early age. I'm talking about some as young as 8, 13, 15. When they should be actually just trying to figure out the world for themselves. They got grown men who harbor a certain type of hatred, who are trying to cause a certain type of dissent and chaos in the United States. Those are the ones leading your son. So it's not actually the ideologies of your household, your white household, right? The nuclear family, 2-parent household, and the great America and all this other type of stuff that's leading and teaching your kids. Nah, it's those men. It's those friends groups. It's those far rights directly out there that's raising your kids. And you wonder why it is that your kids are in such a disarray, so chaotic, why it is that they're doing this and why it is that they're doing that. That's why. But yet you don't want to talk about that. You don't want to focus in on that. You want to focus in on, oh, let's look at Tyrone. Let's look at D Ray. Let's look at, you know, this other black kid directly on there and look what they did in the black communities. But yet your kids are being taught to go against the United States government and to try to overthrow said United States government and then to try to go after a sitting president. But you want to focus in on the black community and the kids there of which you don't care about. You find them to be more problematic versus what you're raising in your own home, versus what you're sheltering, clothing, feeding, versus what's in your school system, versus what's in your cul-de-sac or your suburb. That's crazy. And I also want to note that there's a lot of white kids out here that have access to weapons that I've never seen. I probably can't even pronounce them. My wallet probably can't even pronounce the price of those weapons. Never even seen money like that. But yet a lot of white kids have access to all types of military grade weapons. A lot of these white kids out here know how to actually make their own bullets. But yet you're focused in on kids in the black community, of which they don't have an idea or access to any of those things. Crazy work. Crazy work. I want to give a much love, respect, and appreciation to Miss Jean Pierre, or I'm sorry, it might be John Pierre. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the $2. We're going to round it up to the $2 dono to the platform. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And then, shout out to DJ Game Boy. That's another good one right there. They also have the 3D printed weapons that they're able to make as well too, aka as they like to call them, ghost weapons. Right? And I didn't know anything about this up until white boys started talking about it. So I'm just going to sit up there and let you know any of this new tech and whatnot. I don't know anything about it up until these white boys start making videos and actually doing it. Like, you had literal white boys with these printers sitting up there printing off these weapons. And I'm like, nobody finds this to be a little bit odd. Nobody thinks that's a little bit suspicious. Like I said before, for the white folks out there, and I'm going to state this, I'm going to reiterate this. Anytime it comes to this point of talking about conversations like this, if there's going to be a downfall to this society, to this country, is going to be by way of you and your hands. The same country that you quote unquote said that you made, that's going to be the same country that you're going to bring down. You don't got to worry about nobody else sitting up there trying to do it, because the worst enemy that is always of a country is from the inside. The most harm, better yet, to put it to a personal use, the most harm that anybody could actually do to you is self. You can sit up there and damage yourself mentally just by certain thought processes. The same thing that white folks can sit up there and damage the internal workings of the systems of the United States. How many stories have I set up there and covered of some supposed white groups directly out there wanting to attack the energy system of the United States to just take out power and to sit up there and cause some type of dissent and chaos? But y'all don't want to focus in on that. You got people trying to overthrow governments. Y'all don't want to focus in on it. And again, that's white people. That's not black people trying to do that. We try to let things do what it do and try to get a little bit of something. It's like, yo, just pass us. We cool. Just pass some laws directly for us, and we good. And y'all got a problem with that. Y'all 100% got a problem with that. But yet your people within your community have these groups, write these books, make these articles, make these different types of programs and systems and whatever to literally try to destroy America from the inside out. But yet the United States government and the media, mainstream media, is trying to tell you to worry about Russia, worry about China, worry about Korea, worry about the Middle East, worry about this. But yet, what about worrying about the enemies that are literally here, the domestic terrorists that we have in the United States who are trying to cause civil unrest? What about them? I guess they're not the biggest threat. I guess those ideologies, their whereabouts, how it is that they move, the type of jobs that they have, the secret knowledge or information that they may hold, I guess that's not really a pressing issue. Let's just focus in on the blacks. Like I said, it's simple. It's real simple. That's crazy. 100% crazy. We got another person in the chat that said, all I hear is a victim's cries. I mean, I guess so. I guess so. Like I said, it's crazy work directly out here when you're literally addressing a problem in a situation and you continuously either get racism directly in a conversation, in the comments, in the chats, you get trolls that's not saying nothing, and you got some other folks directly under the trolls just, I don't even know what's happening. Some crazy work. Like, you literally got 3 sets of groups all doing the exact same thing, which is not focusing in on what the actual problem in the situation is because they don't want to fix it. That's crazy work. 100% crazy work. Crazy. Let's see. We got is this another
high
video?
School track meet.
Nope, that was that one. We already went over the police video here. So now we're going to go over something dealing with government. Right. And as I normally do, we have some other videos listed directly in here. You have a bill that was called the White Fragility Bill. I didn't know anything about this, so let's take a listen and see what this woman has to say. This should be interesting.
Is rename this bill the White Fragility Act. I do not understand why 3 words that have been positive words, positive concepts for 60 of my 62 years, everyone on this floor would have thought diversity, equity, and inclusion were positive words and positive concepts. Why are you all so afraid of making sure that every person of every race, of every religion, the disabled, women, veterans, why are you doing everything you can to complicate the relationships in the workplace? Every company in this country that has strong DEI policies, they are thriving. They have a healthy workplace, they have happy employees, they spend less time training employees because everyone feels respected. They actually take time to make sure that everyone feels respected. I don't know what your problem is with people being treated like actual human beings on the job. I think you should do some introspection and find out why it is you want to make sure some people don't feel comfortable on the job. It's hurting black and brown folks and other races for sure, but it's also hurting women and the disabled and veterans. Are you all so terrified of people that don't look like you and believe like you?
And I was waiting for her to get to the point of addressing. She did I'm going to sit up and say this. She did a very nice job at coding the issue, because what she did was she made sure to highlight other people so that everybody else be like, yo, this woman she is speaking, facts, and she's really getting directly to the point. She made sure to highlight the vets, the disabled. She might have, highlighted the LGBT, maybe some immigrants, black people. She highlighted every group of people directly in there. And then lastly, she was like, this is really affecting women. When she's talking about women, she's solely and specifically speaking about white women. And this is the main group that is actually being harmed by a lot of these initiatives. But as I stated before, when it dealt with the administration, you have a certain group that decided to vote for these things to actually happen and take place, right? And I'm like, wow, well, here we are. Some people messed around and they found out. And now you have to suffer I'm sorry, I was going to say consequences, the consequences of the way that you decided to vote. And this is what we are. Like I said, it's crazy. It's 100% crazy. And the funniest thing is, I actually at one point went over this in a whole different live stream. This is actually a lot of stuff. So again, when you think about the DEI, when you think about the affirmative action, or even government assistance, all three of those areas, primarily white women, are the main beneficiaries. Now, note, that's me as a black man stating that yes, white women are getting the main thing, the main share of it. I'm not sitting up there saying that you don't have black people directly in government assistance. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that white women were the main ones that are able to win when it deals with that. They're going to get more of everything versus somebody black, and that's just factual. Let's just put that directly out there. If it deals with a white woman trying to get a mortgage versus a black woman trying to, we all know that white woman is going to be living in some multi-million-dollar house. Those are just the facts. There's enough white women out here living in multi-million-dollar, $500,000 houses right now, and a lot of them have a multitude of kids. But nobody talks about that. Nobody likes to, bring that up, which again, to me, is a little bit crazy. But like I said, I don't know what people are going to do. I don't know how people are going to figure this out. White people, y'all got a hard trek to make at this moment in time, to walk, to figure some things out. White women, especially y'all better figure something out. Y'all better 100% figure something out, because you wanted to sit up there and vote for your man. This was your guy. You wanted to, make sure to put power right back where you feel that it should be, right in the white man's hands. And you got that, right? The same one that you complain about, a lot of feminists directly out there. We don't need men. Women hear us roar, right? All of that stuff. And these are the same guys that were like, yo, we're just going to, get rid of affirmative action. We're going to get rid of this DEI nonsense. We're going to get rid of this wokeness, directly out here. Because if there's a woman that is, let's say, a pilot or a doctor, a lot of people, white men, want to call that a DEI hire. So it doesn't matter if you're a white woman or not. You are considered a DEI hire. You're considered woke. You're considered that you were not adequate. You don't got the adequate tool set or the education to be in that job versus a white male. But like I said, white women, y'all voted for this. This is specifically what you wanted, and now you're trying to posture up and be like, yo, this is crazy how this is happening, because you hurting a lot of people. No. Black people don't really get much in the United States. You have some trolls that want to pull up to the scene like, what about, the Section 8 and the EBT and and all this other type of stuff. A lot of people in the United States actually get that. In certain states, you actually have a lot more people that are non-black that profit a lot more directly off of that, especially when it deals with other initiatives, when it deals with free housing or getting lodged into a hotel for free. And being ungrateful for the hotel food that is actually being given to you. You want to throw that out, and then you want to garbage up, trash up said hotels. You want to treat them like you just treat the outside. On top of the fact that a lot of other people, ended up getting monies directly from the government, where they were giving them 5 or 10 or whatever thousands of dollars directly on prepaid cards with no type of limit on how it is that they're supposed to spend said taxpayer money. But like I said before, people always want to do what? The blacks are at fault. The blacks are the reason. I'm actually surprised at this moment in time that a lot of people haven't tried to blame black people directly for the deficit in the United States. I'm very shocked. 100%. But what else we got here? Let me see. Shelly S said, why aren't white ladies making more of an issue about losing EBT or Section 8? No, you have women, you have white women out there, they're on TikTok. Some of them will be honest and they will complain about, the loss of funds and or monies because they are stay-at-home mom and this is what they do and all this other. You have white women out there that are complaining. They're not going to do it in droves because again, it's about the perspective point. It's about trying to showcase that, hey, it's like, yeah, we do benefit for something, but we're not going to tell everybody specifically how much we benefit. So in order to get away from that, we're going to make the poster child for this topic Black people and say that Black people are the primary X, Y, and Z for anything dealing with government assistance or Section 8 and things of that nature. This is how we have the same rhetoric that people want to always spew every single time on every single channel, specifically when it's Black platforms talking about these types of issues dealing with society, because a lot of these people don't want to face the fact that they are the primary breadwinners when it deals with these things. And a lot of these initiatives were started in order to actually help them out, because the government is not going to allow quote unquote white people to fall. They may sit up there and pickpocket, trick, and rob them, but at the end of the day, it's like, we still need you. I still see a little bit of me in you, even though I'm higher up. I'm basically an elite. So we're dealing with classism now, rich versus poor. But you don't really understand that because we got you so tied directly into racism that you can't see 2 feet in front of you. So, because you're just that ignorant right now, I'm going to sit up there and help you out. I'm going to start these government, programs and initiatives to really solely help you out. We don't really care about the Blacks or what's going on with them. Maybe we might throw them a bone or whatnot, but really these things are to help you out and to benefit the family, to give you basically a leg up and to let you know that, hey, no matter how poor you are as a white person, you're still better off being that poor white person than a poor Black person. And the government did that. So kudos to the government, to that, psychological warfare and all that other type of good stuff and yada, yada, yada. But like I said before, white people, y'all got to do some figuring out. I know a lot of y'all in the background pretty much staying silent, don't have anything to really say or add into the conversation, or maybe you do, and you may be afraid to actually say something. I'm just going to put it to you like this. If you're actually cordial and you're trying to have a conversation, you'll be fine. But if you decide that you want to start slipping and sliding all over the place and you don't know which way you want to speak, you want to come out the side of your neck, yeah, moderators are going to sit up there and get you, or I'm going to sit up there and get you, and you're just going to be blocked. So like I said before, if you know how to speak, like you were raised with home training, like you were raised by actual parents and not wolves, then you're completely fine. We're not going to have any issues. So like I said, I keep trying to tell people, if you're trying to actually have a conversation, a legitimate conversation, we can sit up there and do that. But if not, it is what it is. And, me and or my moderators, we're going to spot you. It's that simple. It is that simple. So let's continue to the next video, since we're, still talking about America. We're going to go directly to Trump. Doesn't matter how old the video is. I just like hearing these videos.
A short time ago, the Supreme Court agreed to hear oral arguments in the case about ending birthright citizenship. How confident are you that the court will rule in your favor and allow that order to end birthright citizenship to go forward?
Well, you're just telling me that for the first time. I am so happy. I think the case has been so misunderstood. That case, birthright citizenship, is about slavery. If you look at the details of it, the signings of it, everything else, that case is all about slavery. And if you view it from that standpoint, people understand it. But for some reason, lawyers don't talk about it. The news doesn't talk about it. That's not about tourists coming in and touching a piece of sand and all of a sudden they're a citizenship. They're a citizen. That is all about slavery. And even look at the dates on which it was signed. It was right at that era, right after the Civil War. And if you look at it that way, the case is an easy case to win. And I hope the lawyers talk about birthright citizenship and slavery, because that's what it was all about. And it was it was meant to be positive. And they use it now instead, not for slavery, they use it for people that come into our country and they walk in and all of a sudden they become citizens and they pay a lot of money to different cartels and others. It's all about slavery, and if you look at it that way, we should win that case. Okay.
So I want people to note that when Trump is talking about slavery, he's not, because a lot of white people like to pull up to the scene and be like, "Oh, you blacks always want to, refer to yourselves as slaves. You weren't the only slaves." Now, to me, that sounds like a victim mentality. Whenever I hear white people trying to do a compare and contrast, because it's a little bit weird to me. Because never at a point in time have I ever had a conversation with somebody white in school or otherwise where they were like, "Yeah, my people were slaves, and we went through this as the Irish and as the Scottish and that." No, never had those conversations. Never had those conversations. Those conversations only tend to come up when black people are talking about slavery and detailing specifically about the United States and how foundational black peoples, indigenous, aboriginals, black Americans have gone through that. Nobody else, just us. A sitting president, Trump, basically stated that, hey, this has to do with black people. This has to do with slavery. Right? He's specifically talking about black people. He ain't talking about the Irish. He ain't talking about he ain't talking about the Scottish. He ain't talking about nobody else. He's specifically talking about black Americans and how those laws were specifically given directly to them, made for them because of what it is that they had to go through. So this is going to be the problem. If there comes to a point in time where they end up saying that, yeah, the slavery, this did happen and yada yada, we're going to acknowledge that, then that means that you also have to acknowledge that reparations are owed and also due. See, that's the complicated issue, because a lot of white people are like, we'll acknowledge slavery, but reparations, no, we're not doing that. A lot of the arguments from white people, they'll be like, but where are we going to, even if let's just to say, right, let's just to say that I would agree on reparations, where would we sit up there and get the money from? Right? We don't have the money to sit up there and do this. And I always hear that consistent argument of the United States not having the money when all we do as the United States is print off money. Like I said, how much money we've been giving over to wars at this moment in time to other countries? How much so far? Because I bet you a lot of white people have been keeping track of those numbers. Matter of fact, they got a website where it tells you the United States deficit and how much money that we've been given overseas to other nations, countries, and so on and so on. How much money we've been, doling out when it deals with wars. I can promise you that we've had more than enough money in the United States to literally give to the black community when it deals with reparations. It's just the fact that they don't want to go that far and admit how wrong they actually are. They'll stop on 2 to 3, maybe 5 steps. They're not going to go to full 100. The United States government will freely give money over to the Jewish people. They will freely give money directly over to the Japanese and the Chinese, basically the Asians. They will give money and land directly to the quote unquote Native Americans. But when it deals with black Americans, everybody in unison comes together and be like, nah. Slavery for you was like eons ago. Nobody's around. None of those people existed. We don't care about your lineage or the stories that y'all got. It is what it is. Just deal with it. But I'm like, the crazy part is you would never, no white person out here tells that to the Jewish community dealing with the Holocaust. Y'all never say that. Y'all never tell them to sit up there and forget. Y'all never, nobody white tells Native Americans, y'all need to sit up there and forget. Y'all not getting no money. Stop asking for handouts. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Y'all don't tell that to the Japanese, the Chinese that y'all had in internment camps here. Y'all don't sit up there and tell that to the Native Americans. Y'all don't tell that to the Jewish community and any other communities directly out there that the United States government is funding and giving money over to. The only community that just so happens to hear this type of nonsense and BS and excuses is the black community. We're the only group that has to go through that. The whole world will literally tell black people, forget about slavery, forget about reparations, focus on the here and now. We're not focused on the past. Stop telling us about that. But yet, when I go to school, I got to hear and learn about the history of everybody else. I got to learn about your trials and tribulations. I got to learn about how it is that you were mistreated, how it is that you were segregated, how it is that you were almost annihilated. And I'm supposed to have empathy. I'm supposed to have some type of sorrow. I'm supposed to have some type of forgiveness and all these other types of things for the atrocities that have happened to all these other groups of people around the world. But seemingly enough, when it deals with black American people, nobody can give that energy to us. Nobody can give that love. Nobody can give that, compassion. Nobody can see it from our point of view or our understanding. Nobody can be empathetic or sympathetic. That's some crazy work. That is 100% crazy work. But yet it goes to the other point where a lot of people say that, we need to have equality. There's never going to be any type of equality. There's never going to be any type of like it's just equal directly out here, because in order for it to be equal, that means that somebody's going to lose the position that they currently have at this moment in time, because they weren't actually supposed to have it if it's an even based, equally played playing field. The only way that a lot of people are currently actively in power at this moment in time is still holding whatever little power that they have left is on an always unleveled playing field. That's it. But, this is where we are. This is currently where we are at this moment in time. And, a lot of people don't want to pay attention. I'll put it to you like this: for anybody white, listen, I want y'all to understand this. The moment in time that black people were to actually get reparations, the dream ideals that a lot of you guys had or have still at this moment in time, where you're like, oh, well, why don't you blacks just get up and leave? Just lo and behold, a lot of black people would actually dip out. If they actually had the money where they could just be like fine with themselves, and in a few generations, a lot of people would actually dip out and leave. They would just live elsewhere, take their money and leave elsewhere. Therefore, that's more land and more place directly for white people out here. And that's more peace of mind that you guys got, right? That means that the crime rate would actually go down, right? So if reparations were to actually be given, you would have a portion of black people that actually sit up there and dip out and leave. But then you would also have a portion of black people that would stay and that would actually build, and they would actually further uphold America, right? Build up America and contribute to the economy by way of businesses, factories, and many other things. Therefore, pouring money that was already given, right, by form of reparations, pouring that money back into the economy probably 10 times over. But it's like y'all don't have like the type of thought process or foresight to really look at it, or better yet, you do. You've actually calculated and know what it is that black people would do and how it is that we will move. But even if it's beneficial for America, you would rather America go down versus actually paying back the people who have contributed so much to America, to the lands that we are currently on. All of the sacrifices, the bloodshed, the tears, the families, the children, the babies. You would rather America go down versus giving a little bit of something to those people that could help bring America back up. That's some crazy work. So your plan is, in order to forego giving reparations, you would rather give untold amounts of money to immigrants from all over the world. You would give them unfettered access to America. In some instances, maybe they might need visas or whatever it is. But you'll make sure that they'll have those visas or those work permits, whatever it is that they need to sit up there and have. Also showcase the video where the United States government was giving SSI directly to illegal immigrants. It doesn't matter if they're from South America or if they're from Europe, they have SSI and they're able to get that. Now, I want to remind people too, from what I was able to understand from being in the United States my whole life, is that SSI is specifically for those who are disabled, those who are veteran, like pretty much people who are out of commission and or retired. Those are the people that's supposed to be receiving SSI, not anybody else. But yet we have all of these people on this broken system, SSI, and they're basically taking all of this money, which should be going to holding down our most vulnerable in the United States. And a lot of y'all really feel and believe that the government actually cares about you when they're actively destroying it in front of your face in 4K. And you got the nerve to sit up there and try to question black people on their allegiance to the United States or what it is that they feel. And you want to try to tell them, oh, if you feel this way about America, then you need to sit up there and go back to where it is that you came from. But realistically, where a lot of black people came from is from the United States. That's some crazy work. But yet a lot of people want to try to posture and parade themselves as being high IQ individuals when realistically you're not. Not at all. Like I said, one of your sitting presidents basically said, like, yo, all I got to do is just tell you a couple. I'm paraphrasing. All I got to do is just tell you a couple of lies and you'll believe it. I tell you, add a little bit, more sweetener to that lie, and you'll just let me rob your pockets for free. You'll give me everything that you got, all because I told you that you're better than that black man that you see in front of you. That's, like I said, that's how easy it is. And this is how this economy, this is how this government, and this is how this country got directly into the circumstances that it is currently in at this moment in time. And this is how and why we have fields of white Americans directly out here trying to blame everybody else for the problems in this country, but blaming themselves. Patient zero. That's some crazy work. That's some crazy work. So we got another troll directly up here, and I love when people just so happen to do this. We've been covered all of this. I literally just told you how it is that your own government is sitting there giving SSI and other government assistance, which you yourself as a white American have a hard time even getting. Your family has a hard time getting, but yet people, even European whites, are able to get this before you are able to get it, and you're an American citizen, right? You're a patriot, right? More than likely you're a Republican, correct? But here you are directly in my comment section talking about, but oh, the blacks brought here were sold directly by other blacks from Africa. And white people were never in slavery. They were in indentured servitude. See how we do that? See how that works? So really, you guys aren't victims. You guys weren't actually really in any type of slavery. You willfully walked through that door, signed a couple of papers, had a contractual agreement to work 7 to 12 years. And then after said time was done, hey, here's some money. Here's some land. There you go. Be off and do what it is that you do and be great. That's how easy it was for a lot of Europeans to come directly over to the United States and get some land. Y'all were able to get land before black people were, and we worked the land. We were literally born on this land, but yet, Europeans were able to just come over here and do a little bit dee-dee-dee-dee-da, and that's it. You're free. You got all of this land. Make it do what it do. But you want to roll up here but the blacks did this. But yet you whites from Europe decided that you wanted to take part in the slave trade for what? I thought you were high IQ. I thought you didn't need nobody. I thought you modernized the world's societies by yourself. I thought nobody helped you. Ain't that crazy? So you're basically, without saying it, you're admitting that your people had a hand in slavery, that you call slavery in the United States by way of you following somebody else, aka follow the leader. So how could you then call yourselves masters of the universe, a true ruler, if you're following the lead of somebody else who you consider to be less than? All of whites all over the world, America, Europe, y'all consider Africans to be less than, subhuman. And you're telling me that, oh, I saw, these less than people over there in their native land sitting up there trading, each other. As the king that I am from Europe, I decided to go deep and diving over there in Africa, and I wanted to dibble and dabble in slave trade too. That's some crazy work. That is some diabolical work. Oh, Stanley, baby boy, you don't even realize. No, sweetheart, you're not a slave yet. You're not. The things that are supposed to happen to you, put it to you like this: how you guys put everybody else in captivity, you yourself would be placed in that exact same captivity, if not worse. That's how that works, Stanley. That's how that works. So no, you want to try to tell me what it is that you are? No, you're not there yet. As somebody whose people have actually been there, where I've heard the stories, I've listened to elders that are actually still in existence that are about like 95, 98 years of age, and they can tell their story and the stories of their parents. Nah, you ain't nowhere close. Again, this is a system that was built for you, by you. Again, you signed a contract in order to do certain things here. That's what that is. So the actual slavery that you think that you're in, you're not really in, sweetheart. That's not how that works. Baby boy, that's not how that works. You ain't seen nothing yet, but you will, though. You and many other white folks out here will start to see and understand how slavery works. And I want you to understand this. When I say this, I want to make this very, very clear. When you become an actual slave and you're meant to eat things that you're not supposed to be eating, and you're meant to survive in conditions that nobody should actually have to go in, I want you to always remember that you brought this directly on yourself. You are the causation of this. And I want you to also know that it's not going to be Black American people that are going to cause this or make this happen. It's going to be by way of the hands of the government of which you love. It's going to be the police of which you honor and love. And you say that they are oath carrying officers and back the blue. And it's going to be especially by your military that you back and you love and support. All three groups are going to inevitably turn directly on you. And that's what's going to happen. That's how that servitude is going to happen. Right? It be like that. It be like that. Champ. Sweetheart. No. You said that your obstacles are the same as mine. No, they're not. My childhood was vastly different. The way that I was basically seen and deemed, the way that police even looked directly at me, the way that I've even had Black cops look at me in a whole different area, in a whole different state. Again, what I've gone through as a Black man, what I've gone through as a young Black man, what I've gone through as a Black child in America, you could never comprehend or understand. So I'm not sure why you're trying to figure as though like we got both equal footing. We both got skin directly in the game. We don't. Matter of fact, Stanley, I love the fact that you decided to say this, because this brings me to another video where a Black man had a question to a lot of people. I'm glad you're here. This is why I love live streams. A Black man asked this question. He said, paraphrasing, out of any race that you could specifically be, what race would you be? Now let's listen to the answers of a lot of people. Well, at least minorities, right?
Other than the one you are, which would it be?
White. So I'll get white privilege.
If you had white privilege for a day, what would you do?
Oh, that's a hard question, actually.
What would I do? Honestly, just live. You can't really like pinpoint whatever it is unless you contrast it. Like if everyone's white, you can't really see it, but if you contrast it to other races, that's when you actually see it. The struggles that others face, most of white people don't face, that's when the privilege comes in.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
I feel this is a trick question. Honestly, white, because, white privilege.
What is your current race?
Asian, like ethnicity Vietnamese.
Vietnamese?
Yeah.
What's one thing you take pride in about being Vietnamese?
Our family values my culture. We're very proud of being Viet, but also, after COVID, it was a little bit scary.
If you could experience white privilege for a day, what's the first thing you would do?
Honestly, just walk around. Even as a white, ideally as a white male, just walk around and be able to be safe in my own skin.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
I think we both would agree on the answer. I would say white.
So let me just freeze it right there. So I want y'all to understand. So for anybody white directly in this comment section that ever wants to roll up to this scene, to this chat, and you want to say that you're the same as me, we're equal, I want you to understand nobody here that this is an Indian, right? This is like Vivacek right here. And you had some other Asians directly up there. All of them said they wanted to be white. They wanted to be specifically a white male. So realistically, any white man out here, that should be, you should be proud. You'd be like, yo, people want to sit up there and BS. You should feel like you are him. You should feel like you are that person at this moment in time by hearing these minorities literally state that they don't even want to be their race. You got an Indian man to say, I don't want to be Indian. I want to be a white man. You have Asian women that are honorary white. And they're like, I want to be a white man. Look at that. You should take any white man in here. You should take pride at this moment in time that they're saying this. Because for the longest time possible, y'all want to act as victims as if nobody loves you. If nobody sees you, nobody wants to be like you at all, that people are just anti-white. Obviously not. These people are anti themselves. So much so that they would rather be you because they understand the type of power, how the world and society basically deems and sees you. What they're basically telling you as a minority is that I would be deemed and seemed as a better person if I were a white man. As an Indian man, I am not as great as a white man. As an Asian woman, I am nowhere in comparison as great or have the same privileges as a white man. That's literally what they're saying directly out of their mouths. And y'all got the nerve to sit up there and feel like victims, to feel like the world is anti-white. You got the nerve to pull up to the scene on my chat and try to make it as though that, oh, we share the exact same struggle. No, we don't. because these people would never sit up there and say that they want to be me. They would never want to sit up there and say that they want to be black. And for you, Stanley, and many other white folks here sitting in the background, I promise you, at no point in time ever in life have you ever stated to God that, yo, I wish I could be black for a year. You wouldn't even last. You wouldn't even survive. But let's continue.
Today's world, you know what I mean? Yeah. But I'm very starstruck right now. You're very handsome.
Thank you.
Yeah. But yeah, this is I would say any race. I'm Indian, so I would say white probably in this country, so I could get to where I really want to get to because of glass ceilings. And then,
if you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
I wouldn't be any other race. I like my race.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
Black. No, I was just gonna say the same thing. I don't think I would be anything else.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
Damn, I don't think I would want to be any other race. Being black is fun. Like,
if you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
None. I love my race.
What's your race?
I'm mixed.
Mixed with what?
I'm Brazilian on my mom's side and Afro-German on my dad's side.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
I wouldn't want to be any other race. I want to be black, so I'm good on that.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
I wouldn't be another race.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
I wouldn't want to be any race other than mine.
What's your current race?
I'm black.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
Ooh, I don't see myself as any other race.
What's your current race?
Black.
What's one thing? If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
White.
Why white?
The freedom and the independence.
So even at the end, you have black people knowing the fact, everybody knows the history of black people, what it is that black people have to go through directly in the United States. No black person said that they wanted to be white. If they were born again, they would come back as being black, knowing the fact that they would more than likely have to face the hardships and all of these things that we currently go through at this moment in time. Everybody else is like, nah, I'm not with my race no more. I don't want to be Asian. I don't want to be Indian. I would rather be white. Like I said, there's a difference. And this is the main problem when it deals with the point of view of other people that want to get mad when black people say that they love themselves. Because black people actually mean that. No matter the good, the bad, and the ugly, when it deals with black people, we love ourselves to a fault. And that's exactly how it works. I can't tell you that it's like that for every other group, every other race directly out here. I can't sit up there and tell you that. Can't tell you that at all, because that is not what I'm sitting up there seeing. That's not what I'm sitting up there hearing. For the most part, and like I said, it saddens me to hear Asian people. As a black person, I love Asian culture. I think Asian culture is actually pretty dope. There's a lot of Asian countries I would actually like to sit up there and visit, right? But it's crazy that I feel like I have more love and pride for their culture and their history than what they actually do for themselves. And it's like, that's mind-boggling to me. I'm like, all of the stuff you've done, you got like the martial arts, you got the calligraphy, you got like the different types of like clothes, you got like all of these mythical types of stories and whatnot or whatever. Like a lot of their history is now made into video games. You got a lot of this stuff all over, and it's you. But at the end of the day, even with you being reflected by way of different types of media, such as movies or television shows, superheroes, art, whatever it is, you still want to be white at the end of the day. That's crazy to me. And that says a lot. That says a lot. But like I said, for a lot of the white people up here, we are not, we do not go through the same things. We are not on an equal footing. And, you know, United States would be a lot better place the moment in time that you guys could actually focus in on that and actually be honest about it, instead of trying to, you know, be Sandra Bullock in Bird Box, boy, girl, boy, and act like it just doesn't exist. Like that's how we're in the circumstances that we're in at this moment in time. You guys want to sit up and tell black people, oh, racism doesn't exist, and even if you do come into contact with it, just ignore it, and it'll just go away. Okay, so that's like me being in your neighborhood and I see your house is on fire. So if I ignore your house on fire and your children and your other family screaming in it, that means that they'll still be alive, and that means that that house is not actually on fire, right? That's how that works. I ignore the fire, so the fire it doesn't exist. It's not happening. No, the fire is actually still there, and people are actually burning in that building. Like, what are we doing? Like, realistically, what are we doing? Like that's how crazy this sounds whenever somebody white tells me to ignore racism. but I thought racism didn't exist. There was another comment I wanted to highlight. There was somebody else up here. They wanted to say, where does my white privilege begin? Was it when my dad left? Was it the pink house I grew up in? I don't know if that has to do anything. Was it my stepdad that left us and made us homeless? When do I get this white privilege? I'm a little bit baffled and confused on how you became a victim all of a sudden. For the white people, I'm just trying to figure out, right? You guys have a country. You guys have an economy. You guys literally have history books because only the victors get to write history. Only the victors live to tell the tale of what happened, at least from their point of view, right? You guys got all of this. You even got it to the point, being white, that you got Asians in China that want to be white. You got Asians in Korea that are lightening their skin so that they can look just like you. You are literally loved around the world. You even got blacks over there in Africa. You got Africans bleaching their skin to try to be closer to whiteness. And somehow, some way, you pop up out the scene and you're like, I'm a victim of what? Success? Of the type of greatness you afforded to yourself by one way or another, such as by war, chemical warfare, right? Coups that you've done all over the world. Like what are we talking about here? How? Like, I'm not believing this. I'm not believing this. Not saying that it didn't happen, but again, to me, this didn't happen. If I ignore that this person, right, his father left him, right? If I ignore the part that he lived in a pink house, that he's homeless, it didn't happen, right? Just going by racism. How white people always say ignore racism, it doesn't exist. If I ignore this person and their story of homelessness and their father leaving them, it didn't exist, correct? See how that works? See how unfair that is? That's some crazy work. That's 100% crazy work. But I'll tell you like this, to 10 more. If your stepfather left you, you might want to go have that conversation with that man. If your father left you, you may want to have that conversation with that man as well too. And if your mom is still alive, you may want to specifically ask her, and I did say specifically like an ocean because this is real deep. You may want to ask her why it is that both men left and seemingly didn't care about you. Once you actually get the actual answer from all three areas, then you can figure out what really took place and what really happened. Right? Crazy work. Because I can say the same thing too, Tim. My father, I'm a statistic, as a lot of people like to say. Father was never in the picture, but yet I didn't become a criminal like a lot of people like to say, like a lot of white Americans like to say, like, oh, well, these black guys, from single parent households, they're automatically going to be gang bangers and criminals and, robbing houses and pew, 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 all of that good stuff. That's not what happened. I'm here. Police don't know my name. You can't find a record of me at all with any police. I'm not on any FBI list or nothing like that. I'm not on what is it? The world's countries most wanted, whatever that show used to sit up there and be. Somebody know what I'm talking about in the comment section. I'm not on none of them lists. Never sold drugs, never destroyed my community, never did nothing of any types of stereotypes that white people like to normally use when it deals with kids coming from single parent households. And at the end of the day, even without my father being there, I'm not going to sit up there and blame him for any types of hardships or anything that took place. It is what it is. You got to be a man and you got to pick that up. If you ended up becoming homeless, and if you're still, hopefully you're not homeless. I would think that you're not, because you're, more than likely on a cellular device, right? Again, you got to sit up there and figure that out as a young man. You got to sit up there and figure that out during that time. Like it makes no sense still looking back, like, father left here, da 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 da, made me and my mom home. That's crazy. That's some crazy work. Like you better sit up there and put that white skin to some use. Like, I don't know what you out here, like, yo, that's some crazy work. Like, you could literally go out here and just get jobs just based off of proximity because you're white. Somebody will look at you, but like, yo, I got a son that looks just like you. I got a nephew. I got a grandchild that looks just like you. You know what? I don't know you from a can of paint. I don't know you from Adam, but I'm going to give you a shot. I'm going to see what it is that I can work around. I'm going to get a space directly for you. You work here for a little bit, and then we'll see what we can do a little bit later on, right? But you got to make sure to keep your word and be a good, honest worker, right? I've literally seen that when it deals with people. I've never gotten that myself being black. I had to sit up there and have some type of proof of work. I had to basically show people automatically. It wasn't just because I was black that I was getting a job. No. I had to go through a lot of trials. I had to go through some tribulations in order to prove that I needed that job. But while I was trying to prove that I needed this job, I'm watching other people get hired for full-time positions. So like I said, we are not the same. We are not the same. Some crazy work. Shout out to the man, Brandon V. World, for the $2 dono. Here comes a new challenger. Shout out to Brandon V. World. Much love, respect, and appreciation. But that's where we at. That is currently where we are at this moment in time. You got a lot of people out here that would actually rather be opposite of what they are at this moment, but it still shows, no matter the trials and the tribulations that black people go through or are forced to go through, or as some people in the religious sector would like to say, the curses that have been put directly on black people, no matter what we face, we still love being black. We still love doing this every single day. We may be tired, we may sit up there and gripe, we may be frustrated, but we still getting up at the end of the day, and we ain't trying to sit up there and change it. So shout out to all of those black Americans directly out there that are proud to be themselves, proud of their skin, proud of the good, the bad, and the ugly. Like I said before, it is what it is, and we're going to make it do what it is that it do. Again, shout out and much love, respect, and appreciation to Brandon V. World for the $5 dono. This man said, going to be making, quote, "It's just that deep" t-shirts after the live stream. Yo, this man right here. This man right here. Let me tell you something. So now, since we're still on the aspect of, in a sense, talking about race, we're going to go to this video here with this white gentleman who took his family to a black circus. Now, I went to the Soul Circus. Now, unbeknownst to me, I thought that it's been 30 years running, right? I thought that a lot of people knew about the Soul Circus. I was oddly incorrect. I thought that this was something that a lot of people knew about. A lot of people didn't. A lot of people don't, and still don't to this day. So this white man is going to sit up there and tell some people about the Soul Circus and how it is of his experience. So let's go.
I went to a black circus. It was awesome. First of all, the show was incredible. But my wife and I were talking afterwards that my 7-year-old didn't seem to notice that he was the only white kid, and we felt really proud about that. Everyone was so kind and sweet to him, and he was just right at home. I wish it could be that way for everyone always, and I know it's not. We know as he gets older, he's going to face grown-up realities of injustice, history, and all of those things. But for right now, we're hoping that these are some seeds we can plant that can set him on a good path. Anyway, I thought that was worth sharing. Plus, he just had an awesome time.
Right? You saw that white man bring his white family to a black circus. And do you notice the reaction? Do you notice the expression on the kid's face? Right? Do you notice the expressions directly on the face of the family? The kid is just in awe and amazement. I'm not sure what he's looking at this moment in time, but he is there, right? And you see the mom in the background, white woman, just sitting up there smiling, having a good time. Father in the background, it's a little bit blurred because, I was trying to blur out certain things, but he's sitting up there smiling, having fun. He didn't state nothing negative. Notice how he didn't say that, oh, we had to face racism. We faced discrimination. We faced racist blacks. They really made us feel like we just didn't belong. We thought that somebody was going to rob us. Somebody really bumped into us. You didn't hear none of that. And it goes against everything that you happen to hear online when it deals with XIG or any of these far rights platforms directly out there that specifically want to talk about black people and how it is that, you know, they make them feel and how it is that they deem them. No, that's not how black people sit up there and move. Let me just get a shout out real quick. Much love, respect to Ishmael for the $5 dono. Said peace to Seji in the chat. Keep riding for logic and truth. That is bars. That is bars. So, like I said, this one white man just literally switched up the whole narrative. He just literally put that whole thing to bed. And let me tell y'all something. I done went to the Soul Circus before. I think I had about a few field trips there. Going to Detroit Public Schools, we had a few field trips. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. And I did not know that it even existed. Like I just didn't up until, you know, of course, they would have, when they pulled into town, they would start playing the commercials and everything like that. And then we got the field trip slips and that's where we sat up there and go. Like I can still, you know, technically remember you know, going there and seeing it. And I think, did I have some popcorn or something? I forgot. I think we were supposed to have money for some popcorn, basically, you know, like that everyday thing, right? Popcorn, food, and maybe buying something, right? So maybe about during that timeline, it would have been about like $50, $50 or $60 would have been enough to suffice to make sure that everything is everything. And even when I was younger, I remember seeing a few specks of white folks there, and everybody was fine. Everybody was having fun. Everybody was chilling. I didn't see the white folks there having problems with black people. I didn't see black people having problems with white folks. But like I said before, when it deals with mainstream media, when it deals with a lot of these other things, that's when problems start to arise. And even as the father, this is a white man, he honestly said, he was like, right now, my kid is basically fine just chilling with black people. But he knows that once real life starts to hit, once he starts having interactions out here, when it starts dealing with politics and all these other things, it's going to start to change. It's going to start to mold and move things in a different direction. Like I said, that's a white father sitting up there telling you how prevalent, how this psychological warfare is taking place, which indoctrinates a lot of these white kids at certain ages in order to start to feel a certain type of way when it deals with race, when it deals with being amongst other groups of people, when it deals with being judgmental, when it deals with becoming a racist. And he said that, hey, maybe my teachers might not be good enough, but maybe if I put him around, you know, some black people and he's able to have that experience, have that feeling, see a lot of these people, he'll realize that in the future, when these things come up, that it's not everything that people say it to be. Like I said, he is one of the few. I'm sorry. Let me just roll back. Let me just, I got to make sure that I'm, you know, being correct. Let me just mute it real quick because they're one of the few parents directly out here who are white that are legitimately trying to have their child see people as human beings. That's what that looks like. I can't show you that for the rest of the white Americans directly out there when it deals with them raising their kids and trying to teach their kids certain types of things. These are one of the rare few. And this is what a lot of racists want to hide behind when they like to state online that, oh, you can't say that about all white people. All white people aren't this. We aren't all racist and da 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 da. Well, no, I can sit up there and say that maybe these folks right here, maybe they may be different. But the rest of y'all, I don't have any proof of work because they're actually laying down concrete. They're doing the groundwork. Where they're like, all right, we're going to put you amongst black people. You see the black kids, you see the dads out here, you see the moms, you see the parents, you're looking at a black circus, you're looking at all of this positive black energy directly out there. They're feeding that directly into that child. I can't say that for the rest of the white folks directly out here that want to sit up there and preach that, oh, we're all one, we're all God's children, we all bleed the same, I have the same problems as you, I grew up within the same conditions of you, why does everything have to be about race? Like I said, they see race. So like I said, shout out to these white folks right here who ain't going to sit up there and lie about race. They know and they see race. That's specifically why they brought their son to a black circus. And when you look through that crowd, that's all you saw was black people. When you go to that black circus, all you really going to see is a notice of all black people there. You might see some specks of other people there, but 99.9% of the people there is going to be black. It's going to be black kids, black parents, black families, school trip, black kids, all of that. So they specifically sought out a black. They could have set up there and went to what is it? Benham and Bailey, Benham and Barnum and Bailey's, whatever it is. I might be thinking about food right now because I'm hungry. But whatever that white circus is, they could have set up there and took them there. I'm not even sure if they're even still in business right now. But they could have set up there and took them to see that circus or some type of carnival or state fair or whatever it is. But they opted not to do that. They wanted to give him a different perspective on people that he will happen to run in and meet later on in life, to let him know that, hey, this is what black people are. This is how they look. This is that energy. This is that feeling. So remember that when you got the media out here trying to tell you otherwise. Remember that when you got these white fringe groups and these white domestic terrorists and these white supremacists trying to tell you otherwise. Remember this when you run into your colleagues in middle school and in high school and college, and they're trying to tell you or share some little racist ha ha he tuki funny racist jokes. Just remember what it is that you were able to experience and what it is that you were able to feel and see when you are around black people versus the words of others that have never done anything close to what you did. Like I said, I give credit to where credit is due, irregardless on how people feel about me doing stuff like that. Like I said, I believe in an even playing field. They're laying down the groundwork. They're trying to, work with a concept, and they're running directly with that. They don't know how it's going to end up in the future, but at least they can sit up there and say that they tried at these ages to, plant these types of seeds, to have this type of point of view. That's the most that they can do as a parent, right? Lay down the foundation and the building blocks. If only the rest of America were, in a sense, I'm sorry, let me go back. If only the rest of the white Americans out here in America, the patriotic ones, the true Americans, the back the blue, the all lives matter, the white lives matter, if only they were even a % of what these parents were, maybe America would actually be a better place. But here we are. Here we are. That's what it was. Thank you, Derek Lowe. It was Barnum and Bailey. Yeah, it's been a while. So I was trying to, get that together. Crazy work. Let me see. Somebody 4B said, so the thing I've noticed in bigot white families is that there is a dad that is typically a bully. You say y'all don't have to feel sorry for me. I'm well aware of how easy I've had it. I'm trying to raise my black sons to be proud and compassionate. I'm a little bit confused. Wait, I understand, although I wish we were closer. You can't see a man's heart by looking in their eyes, but I still dream. There was only one word in my house that would have gotten our faces slapped, and it began with the letter N. Then you said, Ebony, you are 100% correct. Life for me was very different when I was alone versus being in public with my black husband. So for B, you are a Caucasian woman. Okay. Okay. So now I understand. Let me tell you this. The problems that you're going to have, man. Because I'm going to sit up there and tell you, because I'm not sure. Okay, so as a white woman, what you need to do is go directly onto the side of TikTok where it deals with kids that are biracial. I have to say it like that because you got people that are coming from two separate parents that formulated into one vessel, biracial, right? you have to go into the biracial TikTok and listen to the experiences of those kids from those families and those relationships. I have a family member who is in a relationship, significant other is white, and they have biracial kids. And I learned of the types of things that they specifically had to go through. They had to go through racism. They had to go through the discrimination, right? And all of those things. And the kids are going to have to go through that as well. If your kids come out as being highly passable, where they really don't have no type of melanin or no facial features, where anybody can deem them to be called quote unquote Negro, black, whatnot, or whatever, everything is completely fine and dandy. But if there's any type of inkling where somebody white could sit up there and say, like, you not one of us, you one of them, you one of them other ones, it's going to be a problem. You're going to have a lot of white kids out there in schools trying them on purpose. They're going to say a lot of racial. They're going to sit up there and use a lot of slurs and all of these things. You also have the area of which a lot of white families are not accepting of biracial kids. They will say a lot of demeaning, hurtful, racist things towards said kids. They will also treat them differently from the white kids in the family. For one instance of one of my family members, that person was not accepted by said white family, wasn't acknowledged by said white family for some years, including the kids, up until the kids came out looking with a certain type of color. So, you know, it's a very interesting thing that the kids are going to have to deal with, because you as a white woman won't have to deal with the hardships that they're going to have to face. And I think you said your husband he's black. He's not going to have to deal with the hardships that they're going to. He's had to deal with his own hardships, but it's not going to be the same as them, because they're literally from two different worlds. Two people came together in order to create them. They're literally from two different worlds. Y'all can try to teach them as much as you can, but the playbook that they actually need, you can't sit up there and give them, because their experience is going to be beyond any of you two's understanding. They would literally need somebody else who is of two different groups in order to really help them navigate and teach them. Because the other issue that they're going to have is that usually, you know, black people will happen to say that, okay, yeah, you know, you're black or whatnot, whatever. Or depending, the white side may set up to say, actually, you're more white than black, so you're technically with us, right? Or it could come to the point of the white side sitting up there rejecting them, and it could come to the side of the black family sitting up there rejecting them. And then they're still left at the end of the day with trying to figure out who it is that they identify as. Are they going to identify as black, white, biracial, multicultural? What is it that they are going to identify with? And then within that, politically, what are they specifically going to lean towards? Because I've seen a lot of very fair, well-blended, passable biracial kids who end up being Republican. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird, because I'm like, I know I can clearly, because black people, we have eyesight. We can clearly see. We can detect, even blind, we can detect, yo, something right there. You're black. So somebody in your family, we can automatically detect these things. Right. So, like I said, it's going to be something different. It is going to be something different. You said that you're 52 in the South. Woo! Yeah, that's crazy. Woo! Let me tell y'all in the South too. Ooh, boy. That's gonna be tough. That is gonna be tough. If you were up north, you know, you might be, you know, everything might be like cool. Down south, now people will stand directly on what it is that they feel, how it is that they see certain things, and they're gonna shoot directly from the hip. Literally. And that's another thing too that you got to worry about. If you're raising sons, yeah, y'all better sit up there and make them fully aware of everything directly out here. And it might even get to the point that even with those teachings, it still may not be good enough, because they can meet the right cop on the wrong day, or they can meet the wrong cop on the right day. Either which one is still bad, because those cops are going to believe and have a certain type of belief. So, man, that's something. We got somebody that said they don't care. All lives matter. I'm white for. Wait, you said I'm white for the black that to be. What is that English? Brother, what are you writing? You said, I got to paraphrase. I don't give a care. All lives matter. I'm white for the blacks that to believe any Black Lives Matter is racist. David, I would happen to post your comment because it's nonsensical, just to say the least. But also, like, people talk about, sometimes I might mess up on titles and videos and different things like that. But Jesus Christ, that just hurt my brain just trying to. My brain was really trying to fill in like the sentence and the words to try to get what it is that you're trying to convey. But at the end of the day, just to paraphrase, David believes that all lives matter, and that anybody who says Black Lives Matter is racist. Again, you're showing your age. I know for sure that I know with 100% accuracy, David, that you're older than me. And within age, you should be more wiser and have way more common sense. But obviously, common sense has left you the same way that dementia and Alzheimer's is going to fill in those gaps. You are out of your mind. You have 100% lost yourself at this moment in time to further not even understand that because of the slogan Black Lives Matter, that's the only reason that you can say all lives matter. Because I promise you, David, as old as you are, you were more than likely around during the 60s and the 50s. You were able to see things going on in segregation and all these. You're like living history. But I can promise you, during the time, white folks weren't sitting up there saying all lives matter back in the 50s and 60s. I can promise you, white people weren't saying all lives matter while they were sitting up there, making Christmas ornaments in communities, making picnics, and sitting up there burning crosses in black communities or in front of black homes. So you can miss me. That's the real racism right there. Whenever I happen to hear somebody say all lives matter, you're actually the real racist. Because you're saying this in order to go against the notion that Black Lives Matter. And to further go against that notion, the stereotypical, the main thing y'all like to bring up, well, if Black lives actually matter, then what about talking about the black on black crime in the black community? Right, y'all like to sit up there and do that. And again, you're bringing up a topic of which you don't even actually care about yourselves. Matter of fact, you don't even actually care about black people. Matter of fact, again, the whole all lives matter thing is to just try to wash away anything else that brings attention to a group. That's all that is. It's the same thing that y'all like to sit up there and do when y'all say blue lives matter. But the funny thing is, David, when I hear white people also say that blue lives matter, I never hear y'all say that when it deals with those same blue lives being in your community, taking the lives of your family, your neighbors, your co-workers, your teachers, your students, your kids. I never hear that, because if blue lives actually matter, you should back the blue whenever they do anything, right? Because the blue is always for you. It's always about you up until it's not, correct? 4B said twins, one yes and one no. Okay, so you're saying one is passable and the other one is not. Okay. So you said they graduated and they didn't have any experiences like that, but we've had some religious family members who got a bit standoff. They come around. The kids were good. You said, can I be honest? We've got more friction from black females more than any other. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. This is the main thing I'll sit up there and I'll reinstate time and time again. The only time that I happen to basically speak on interracial relationships, and I start going hard body on people, is when people want to sit up there and start parading. They want to show off, they want to make slice, they want to say negative things, right? And they want to use that relationship as the stance to talk negative about either or. I don't care if it's somebody white that want to use that relationship to talk about bad about white people. I don't care if it's somebody black wanting to do the exact same thing. That's the type of stuff I don't agree with, I don't co-sign with, and I feel that is horribly detrimental, and that makes me view relationships in that way as a type of fetish when it deals with both parties. Because also within that, I've read a lot of blogs and different threads directly out there where people are looking for race play and different things of that nature, which again, psychologically, I feel that is very detrimental. There's no reason to do anything like that, knowing the fact of the history and how everything is basically gone and yada, yada, yada. From both angles, you will tend to have things happen. On one angle, you will have some black men out there that will have issues with white dudes being with black women. On the same accord, you will have black women that will have issues with a black man being with a white woman. And the reason why that is due to history. And this is something that I went over and I stated before. If it wasn't for the history in America, the detrimental, the murderous, I was going to say another word, but I had to hurry up and proofread that real quick. Because of all of the horrendous atrocities that have taken place by way of America, specifically by way of white people in the United States, this is why you have a lot of black people that have issues with interracial relationships. And again, given the context, given the history, right? So yeah, if we didn't have that history, it would be a whole completely different type of thing. You know, technically nobody would actually care. But again, there's a lot of history directly to it. And there's a lot of inner workings when it deals with black people in the black community, a lot of conversations that have been had both openly and also on the internet. So yeah, it'd be like that. Neil said that autocorrect. Okay, you said okay, they're both boys. Yeah. Let me see. What is it? You said they're slicker than that, and it's not obvious. You said we talk about cops consistently. We got very lucky with the lack of obvious racism. What is it? You said Black Lives Matter means that they matter also. Yeah. Oh, you're replying back to David. Okay, I got you. You said yes. What else? Married for 25 years. And you said this is why I have patience. Yeah. Wait, you said David said good, you catalyst. Took what said comp completely, said what I wasn't saying. What, brother? What, dog? Do you need do we need Grammarly? Like I said before, I have a lot of patience because I understand that, sometimes you type fast and things happen to like mess up. Trust me, as a content creator, I do it all the time. I see it directly in the comment sections. People like, yo, Seji, the title, yo, Seji, this image and this. Trust me, I get it all the time. But Lord have mercy in Christ. I don't know what it is that you're stating right now. Like, I don't know what is happening right now. And I'm like, Lord, I'm like, I know I can't be like dyslexic, because like Jesus. Like I said, I don't know what's happening. I do not know what is happening. Ebony One said hooked on phonics. Yeah, I don't. Lord, Jesus Christ, who keeps talking about censorship? You can't talk about the effect before you talk about the cause. Ebony said, Neil, you're a troll looking for attention. Yeah, I don't know what that dude is talking about. Talking about some type of censorship. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, realistically. Sham said he's mad I'm sending people to the beam of the triangle. I mean, I try to tell people that before. Like, if you sit up there and spam or if you say like some crazy type of stuff, yeah, my moderator is going to be directly on you. But if you're trying to actually have a logical conversation without, you know, doing no underhanded stuff, then, you know, we all good. Like I said, you can take notes directly. Where the lady at? TS 2294B. Like I said, a completely cordial conversation, wasn't showing up here trying to be disrespectful, just basically talking about the, you know, since we're on a conversation talking about race. She brought up the fact of the relationship that she has, white woman, black man, biracial kids. She brought that in, you know, directly to the conversation, gave a little bit of context and, you know, different things like that. Like I said, that is a cordial, normal conversation. Nobody's being disrespectful, nothing like that. Right? Both people can get some type of understanding and information can be placed directly out there. Like I said, a lot of the white people, they're not able to do that. They're not able, you know, to conceptualize that thought process of like, yo, let me actually talk to another person like a human being and, you know, do that. Let's just see, you know, directly where it goes. Like I said, but it also goes to the other point as well. Because earlier, I think a lot of people were actually trying to call me racist in the comment section, which is diabolical, because too many times I actually try to have conversations with some white folks out here. A rare 1% of the times it'll work. Like we got TS229, and then we got Goth, and maybe two others that I've had some conversations with as of recently. But the rest, it's like, if y'all not silent, then y'all sitting up here trolling directly in the chat, which again makes no sense. And the main thing that a lot of people always state is like, yo, we need to come together as a people. We need to fix the country. We need to fix America. But it's like when black people actually try to have that conversation, trying to actually move something somewhere, you know, get railroaded. You know, I get called a racist. You said Black Lives Matter. You blacks are the real racists. It's some crazy work, diabolical in nature. 100%. 100%. But yeah, like I said before, this is that problem, guys. This is that problem right here. Ebony said TS229 seems to be level-headed and able to have an honest conversation. Like I said, and that's what I at least try to do. I like to try to have open discourse, right? I like to have an open conversation, you know, about things. Because realistically, in order to actually try to fix problems, to try to actually get things moving, you got to be able to have an open type of dialogue. A lot of white folks out here are not ready for that. Few are, a lot aren't. So, you know, that is currently where we are in the United States. And again, this is why we are in the circumstances that we are currently in at this moment in time of, you know, how our economy is being disrupted, how the jobs are being disrupted, how the education system and the healthcare system is being destroyed, how SSI is being pretty much stripped dry, along with the Medicaid and Medicare system. This is why retirement is pretty much not going to be here for this generation and the generations directly after. This is why you're going to have a perpetual, forever working, you know, class of people, right? So for a lot of the kids coming up now, they're going to be working from when they're born all the way up until they're not. That's currently where we are at this moment in time. We're currently at a point in time where you have rich versus poor, classism, right? Pretty much you can just not even pay attention to a middle class because soon enough that's not going to exist. And, you know, I went over that in a previous, you know, live stream as well. Like we have a lot of problems and a lot of issues directly in the United States, but it seems as though only a few are actually focused on what the real issues are. And if you're black and you try to point these things out, people want to derail, they want to railroad, they want to, you know, sweep it under the rug, they want to move the goalpost, and they want to, you know, start saying a lot of other things. So that shows you realistically how serious a lot of people are when it deals with the topic. And obviously a lot of people aren't that serious, you know. So that is where we are. Where we are. Or typically, like Seji was giving facts, but they were still bringing up black on black crimes. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Like I said, this is how it is, and this is why I told y'all before. I can go live, and no matter what I'm talking about, my points from previous live streams or videos throughout the years that I've said and done will always get proven every single time. Like I said, I don't care if it's AI, I don't care if it's bots, I don't care if it's trolls, I don't care if it's actually authentic white people literally doing the trolling themselves. Any which way it happens, there's always these distractors that will come directly here in order to try to cause some type of chaos or to try to move the topic directly to something else. Because the other thing that I've stated to a lot of people is that when you have black content creators and platforms like this, you have, let's say, like the FBI, CIA, police, and many others directly out there who are literally paid to go directly on these social media platforms and masquerade and to cause issues amongst people, right? You may have, like, I've seen a group, I've literally just sat there calmly and read a thread of white people talking about the United States, just calmly going back and forth on politics and whatnot or whatever. Somewhere around, let's see, comment, let's say like 25, 30, or 50. In between 25 to 50, there will always be one or a few white people that will show up there, start talking about the blacks. They'll start talking about, quote unquote, the thugs. They'll start trying to shift everything, all of the blame directly to the black community versus staying focused on what the other white people were talking about, which is the economy, which is the government officials of which they voted in. Don't mean if it's left or it's right, which is the job market, which is what are the contributing factors to the failure of America at this current point in time in comparison to the leveling when it deals with China, how it is that they're leveling up along with other economies directly out there. They don't want to focus on none of those inward government topics or those outward stories dealing with the economy. They're like, nah, let's just focus in on the blacks. That's the real issue. Like I said, even amongst a lot of y'all white folks, y'all better soon realize that y'all got a lot of your own people that's paid government wise or other that are made to cause a type of dissent and chaos when it just deals with logical conversations that y'all might be having. Like I said, I done been watching white people for a lot of years, seen a lot of conversations, and this always happens that at least one or a few of them will start turning a logical conversation into a racist one, and then everybody starts joining in. And I'm like, man, it's that easy. It's that easy. It's crazy work, though. It's crazy work. Ebony said, you're doing God's work. Keep sending the troll to their doom. Actually, that's not me sending them to the Bermuda Triangle. That would be a lot of my moderators. So that's a lot of my mods doing God's work, directly in the background, so that I could just, stay focused on, on certain things. Because let me tell you, when we first started this live stream, it was looking quite crazy. It was a lot of trolls, a lot of I'm like, yo, what are they sitting up here saying? I'm like, I'm not even about to lose my train of thought. I'm about to just sit up there and just stay focused and just keep moving directly with that. So again, shout out and much love, respect, and appreciation to any and everybody who came directly through to the stream and also stated some comments earlier on in the live stream. I couldn't directly pay attention because I didn't want to get sidetracked initially and just directly off topic and whatnot. I really tried to stay, at least on this live stream, I tried to stay as much on topic as possible. This man right here, he's like, disclaimer, as Seji is not a racist or promotes any form of systemic racism. He owns several pair of white shoelaces. Man, it's crazy. This man is crazy. TS2294B said, I'm lucky to have black folks in my life I love dearly. My mother-in-law is the most wonderful person in the world. I see the possibilities. David said, hey, don't make fun of what wait. You said, don't make fun of what I was because I made a mistake on my presentation. I didn't mean what I said the way the way Reddit and I am, so don't make fun of someone who's trying to be for everyone. Okay. I don't know where to go with that one. So we got somebody else called Parachuted on a Cloud. It took me a minute to read that. You said just a couple of weeks ago, white people wanted us to protest with them. Now we're back to being the worst of the worst because a black teen who had the gall to defend himself. It'd be like that. Carl said, I wish the trolls would try to be just a little bit more creative. They're still using insults from the 90s and back. That's why I said that I know how old they are. Even if it deals with AI and different things, there's going to be a certain types of, like, I guess you could say, like, nuance or cadence when it deals with insults, when it deals with black people, because they can only pull from a certain thing when it deals with racism. And it's going to be the same types of racism, the same types of jargon and or whatever it is that you want to, call it. Like I said, it's crazy. Ebony said, indeed, like China said, they existed 5,000 years before when there was no America. So they don't need to focus on the American petrol dollar. That's facts. Neil said the real issues are towering lofts. Geniuses who paramount objects is their distinction at the direct cost of everybody else's sacrifice. TS2294B said more white on white crime, mainly they're women. Ooh, let me tell you something. I just gotta highlight that real quick. It doesn't matter the type of stats that I happen to bring up or how it is that I happen to phrase it. For me, I feel like it doesn't actually hit unless somebody white says it. I'm just gonna be real, because it's different when somebody else of the community basically points out, like, yo, actually it's my people setting up to doing this, so you need to sit up there and just relax real quick on saying anything else. Let's focus on these white folks right here that's actually doing this in our community. Ooh, it's a beautiful thing. Let me sit up and tell you something. Now, if you would have said something like this earlier, I promise you, at the point in time, the chat would have been on fire, because at one point in time we were close to about like 200 people here. So I promise you, there would have been some white people that were silent in the back. They would have came up to just try to argue back and forth with you if they would have been able to see what you wrote just now. Just to let you know, they would have been trying to argue with you tooth and nail, and that's when you would have saw the real racism cut directly on. Because 9 times out of 10, I'll tell you what I happen to see online. There's a white woman online right now in a racial relationship, black guy. And a lot of the comments that I just so happen to see are white men saying stereotypical things, right? Calling the black dude, different types of primates, but like, oh, you actually date this and this, that, and the third. It's some crazy stuff. But a lot of the racism that I see, or the disagreements that happens when it deals with interracial relationships, it be primarily, from my perspective, from white men, which is crazy. Diabolical work. Diabolical. Namarek said, especially on Twitter, a bunch of 3-letter agents with fake accounts. Yeah. Funny enough, they said that about 4chan. They whoever, I guess whatever group hacked into 4chan, it was listed that there were quote unquote government agents that were there on that website and everything like that. So like I said, I keep trying to tell people, it don't matter what platform you directly go to, they will have government agents there. It don't matter what race the agent is, but if they want to really make sure that everything is everything, they're going to have that government agent matching in with whoever the primary population of said website is. Let me see. Standing said Trump told them everything he needed for Project 2025. Trump is listed there 312 times in its manifest. Tippy said Kamala wasn't the best choice, but I guess they thought Trump wasn't going to do the right thing, for America. It'd be like that. TSB said white people who complain about black folks don't know any. And this is the same thing that black people always be saying. Black people have always stated this. 9 times out of 10, a lot of white folks don't know nobody black, or if they do, It's what's that Kevin Bacon movie, 8 Degrees of Separation or 6 Degrees? Y'all know what I'm talking about. But basically, it's that where you got this one black person that's in the center, and then you got this 20 to 50 white people that basically know that one black person. And then that's how a lot of white people are like, I'm not actually racist. See, that's my black friend, the token black guy. You know, I Ain't Lying said that the tariffs are a wake-up call to show how much we depend on China. Yeah, it is. For the most part, as a gamer, and I like certain things directly out here. I still, to this day, I can't specifically tell you what the prices of certain things are going to be. At this moment in time, I know certain things are going to go up. I know the fact because I did a story on it. I read off an article about it yesterday or a day ago where China directly cut off a beef supplier from the United States. So China is no longer getting meat from the United States. They're getting that now from Australia. So now they have whatever deal that they have, and that's what's happening, which means that the meat industry in the United States is going to see a very severe deficit. Once you start to see a severe deficit, now you're going to start to have to cut costs, and they do that a multitude of ways. Number one, they're going to start to close down facilities. Number two, they're going to start to either lay off, or they're going to make a lot of people, part-time in order to downsize, in order to fill in that gap of that deficit, that they have. And they're not just for the beef industry, they're not just looking at this from the aspect of just a couple of months to a year. They're, looking at this, 3, 4, 5-year stints to try to graft out, how this is going to fare if they commit to X, Y, and Z plans of, downsizing, closing down certain plants, and, different stuff like that. So, yeah, it's tough. Tippy says, Seji, yeah, we Americans could have free healthcare, but white people didn't want black people to get free healthcare. Yeah, I remember that. Yep. TS229 said, oh, yeah. D-Money said, mods be quick on the trigger. TSB said, it's about power. Yeah. TSB said, don't go. Said, that's funny. Yo, Hack, what is up? TSB said, that was the most fulfilling conversation I've had in years. Hey, that is why I am here. that is why I'm here. It's like I always tell people, as long as people are getting something directly from the conversation, maybe one or two things or whatnot or whatever, that's the only thing that matters. So I am happy with that. And also, if people get some entertainment directly out of that, that also counts as well too. Neil said that goes back to, I'm not even sure how to pronounce that, so I don't even want to butcher it. You said it goes back to that and the constant game of chase that simply ends up here. Right. Tippy said it's not black people's fault. Prices are going high everywhere. That is facts. I Ain't Lying said the definition of defend is in question. TS229 said, wait, I have to say something about the protest. No problem. I'm still here. Actually, I'm catching up on some of the comments that you guys have, but yeah, I'm still here. Standy says she may not have been, but did have to research her platform. I found her position to be measurable, concrete, and definitive. Everyone said facts. Tippy said, don't get too overhyped on China. They're manufacturing. Black people remember the black-owned stores. That is facts. That's also one of the main reasons that years ago I was trying to, I'm going to say try. I was trying to get people to black people to really look at black businesses and to really support those black businesses, especially the at home black businesses, because those could end up growing into a full-fledged business, hiring in other black people or family members, different things of that nature, keeping money circulating within the black community, and putting positivity directly out there amongst the negativity, right, to change the landscape, the view, and the energy and different stuff like that. But I feel as though that I was not really as successful as I hoped. So now we are at this point where we're dealing with China, and a lot of things are up in the air. Neil said, it ain't the definition to defend, it's the identification of who it claims. TS2294B said, every time I say that, it reminds me of astrology. and not astrology. Was it astrology? I'm sorry, astronomy. That I'm sorry, they're both like pretty close. Every time I say your name, it reminds me of astronomy and thinking about like some stars or some satellites somewhere, you know, in a whole nother galaxy and whatnot or whatever. But you said it was my understanding that there was an unspoken agreement. Black folks had bled too much to be asked to join the latest protest who demanded it. Yeah, a lot of black people felt as though that it's not even a feeling. The fact of the matter is this: a lot of black people have gone out to protest, and all to be mistreated, right? We've protested for other groups. It could be for the LGBT, it could be for the Latins directly out there, it could be for the immigrants, it could also be to protest white people and something that happened to their kids in their community. No matter how it goes, black people have always been there on the scene to try to support everybody else. But when it deals with black people needing the help and the support of other people, that's not what we tend to get. We tend to get told to shut up. We get told to mind our business, shut up, play basketball, stop being victims, stop crying, stop, you know, the handouts and all of this stuff. So black people, like, we got fed up. We're like, yo, it's 2025. Y'all had us in the first half. We're not doing the same rigmarole again. So we're just going to idly sit back. We're going to relax. We're going to Chili's. We're going to Applebee's. We're going to AMC theaters. We're playing video games. We're sitting on a couch. We're doing everything else but protesting. We're doing everything else but protesting. And that's specifically and exactly what black people decided to do. So, you know, that's why that specifically took place. And also a lot of black women did it because they felt as though a lot of white women were being ungrateful when it dealt with how it is that black women were standing directly, you know, side by side with them. Black women looked at them as sisters, that, okay, we're in this together. The feminist movement, we are women, hear us roar. We're all going to, you know, move together because this is what we are, right? We got to fight the patriarchy and all this other type of stuff. And a lot of white women in abundance were like, yeah, that was good in the first half, but now we're at this point in time where we got to do for us. We got to sacrifice a little bit in order to make a greater ends, right? To get to the greater means of everything, which is for white women. And that's what white women did at the end of the day. And they left black women directly to the side. So, you know, basically to both sides of the exact same story. That's why in general, all across the board, you have a lot of black people that decided that they did not want to have a hand or help out with these protests. That's why when I showed off the protests from a variety of states, there was just a sea of white people directly out there. Another reason why black people stayed directly out of these protests is because we knew, and I specifically told black people, stay out of the protest because it was going to be used as a catalyst. You yourself as a black person were going to be used as a catalyst in order to create some type of a situation which would incur and cause the reaction of violence by way of, number one, a true American, or by way of police, or both, which then would cause and be the catalyst for the United States government, the Trump administration and cabinet, whatever, in order to cause a widespread, mandatory martial law. And I told black people to stand back and stay down so we don't need black people to be the face or the catalyst or the poster child anymore for anything else that is going on with the United States. Specifically allow white people to sit up there and do it. And inevitably, the other thing that also happened with the protests is that everybody in America were able to see the treatment of how white people were treated by police. You didn't see armed forces. You didn't see the police out there with riot shields and doing this and doing that, throwing tear gas. You didn't see undercover agents trying to cause chaos and all this other type of stuff. You literally saw a complete cool and calm protest happen. No antagonizers except for two white men. And I made sure to showcase that. I showcased two white men that literally came out and caused violence to peaceful protesters. They got out of their secure safety of their vehicle. They got out of the vehicle with their wives, decided to film, and they wanted to get into protesters' face, and they wanted to start swinging. One other dude brought out a fully loaded assault rifle to protesters, moving directly towards them. because he antagonized them to a point where people felt like they had to defend themselves. So a protester struck out directly at him because of the threats and the different things that he was doing. And, it'd be like that. So, like I said, it's a multifaceted, situation of why it is that a lot of black people stayed out from the protest. But that I feel like that pretty much sums it up. I could maybe go a little bit more in depth, but I feel like that sums it up. Standing said, when compared to Trump, I look at which would be more beneficial to all, not just some. Sham said the problem with America is that we have had more than 36% of the Chinese imports. What we had was everything going through China for processing as well, even American made goods. That's crazy. Yo, Dark Titan, what is up? What is up? What is up? TS229 said, wives are the new slaves. Ooh. You said, think about his bars. Tippy said, arguing about nothing, can't admit their people are doing the most destruction around the world. Yes, shout out to the trolls. But yeah, going back to, let me just have that highlighted. You said, wives are the new slaves. Crazy work. Crazy work. Somebody said this channel is nothing but whataboutisms. I mean, I don't see how it's about. See, this is a person right here. I would actually post you, but I see that you got a baboon for your image, so I already know what type of time that you're on. So you're going to stay, directly down there in the comment section to pretty much not really get the type of light that you feel that you deserve. So that's where you're going to be. I was actually going to address it up until I saw your picture. Now I was like, nah, you got it. You good. Tia said, absolutely. That's why I thought this was an understanding this time. Okay, yeah. Eyeline said, you should take a race poll just to see how DEI we are in here. I mean, I've taken some polls before. Technically, I would have needed to do that at the height of the live stream. I think that would have been more beneficial to get some actual numbers. Just a little bit of people passing by, because I put it to you like this. Let me just go to the back of the channel real quick, right? And again, shout out to the clown earlier who wanted to say that, oh yeah, that's why you only have 27 people in your chat. We've actually kept, well over 90 people in this live stream, which is actually pretty good, for all intents and purposes. On you guys' end, if you were to, happen to see the live stream, the numbers are going to read a little bit different. It might tell you it's about like 3K directly up there. At this moment, actually, I need to go to the back of the live stream, right? See what we got. We got a grand total of, let's viewer activity, of about a good 8K that came directly to the platform so far. If I look again, give me a quick second. We can go directly over. Let me go to analytics. Whoops, not analytics there. Let me go to content. Go directly to live. And then we're going to go to, actually, I need to go to the numbers. I'm messing up. On the other end, we got about a good 1,400 directly on the other side. So like I said, we're actually looking pretty good, pretty golden at this moment in time. Like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people that are currently still here at this moment in time. Never X said, Russia, China, and the global south about to create a mega economy. That is facts. Third Eye, yo, what is up? What is up? You said Australia got enough meat to export. LOL. Right. TS said, my grandmother was Hinojosa until she worked with AIDS patients. She changed and became a better person. I'm not even sure what that means. That was seeming like a different language at first. I'm like, is that Japanese? Is that like Latin or something? I'm like, what is that? Sham said the dairy industry got hit hard too. Wisconsin farmers are having to close down a lot of dairy farms. The funniest thing is, there was speaking of Wisconsin, there was a couple that did a video at around, I think, 4 to 5 a.m. if I can remember correctly. It was like, I want to say January, February when I posted it. And she was specifically stating that because of the immigration and ICE, because of the laws that are in place, that normally the parking lot for the bread bakery, right, that's located there, it will be busy. It will be a hustle and bustle. Like you will see a lot of cars there. there were very few cars there. And I was like, oh, that's going to be bad. That is going to be bad. But the only thing I can sit up there and tell people, for American people, like, yo, if there are factory jobs out there that you are able to get, you might as well go get them. Because a lot of people talk about, oh, they're taking the jobs, they're doing this, they're doing that. But I'm like, all these people complain about the jobs not being there. Now that you got openings, where you guys at? And it's like, those people are nowhere to be seen. Oh, you were saying that she was phobic. Okay, I got you. Tippy said they never want to do anything right. Frank said, oh, look at that. Oh, Frank want to be full on racist. Oh, man, that's diabolical work. And at first, I was actually about to post your comment. Then I had to squint real quick. I'm like, I spot a racist. That's crazy. But I bet that's not the first time somebody had to squint directly at you in order to see you, Frank. So I'm pretty sure you're used to it. I'm pretty sure all of your relationships, every single woman had to squint, in order to see you. I'm pretty sure that when you look down, the only thing you can actually see is that bare belly and that gut that you've been sitting your retired self directly on a lazy boy in a beater and just watching the game and rah 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 Trump, rah 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 2024, rah 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 Trump 2028, rah 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 MAGA. Right. So yes, it's crazy. It's diabolical. And as I stated to you again, Frank, this is the reason that the greater majority of men like you suffer from ED. This is why a lot of you guys have to take placebos. You have a lack of being able to perform. Shout out to Viagra. And this is why a lot of your women are leaving your community and having kids with men of other races. This is the same thing I literally just said yesterday in some live streams prior. It's crazy work, Frank. You don't know how to, talk and treat black people, just like you don't know how to talk and treat the women of your own community like human beings as well. It's crazy. This is why a lot of you guys are dying alone. Crazy work. This is why you got to fly directly over to Thailand and mess with the ladyboys in Bangkok. So, yeah, Frank, before you decide to come up here and be racist, you might want to do a little bit of some inner workings with the type of hatred and envy that you have, because the only reason that you would ever face or talk to a black man in such a way is because of the envy that you guys have seen, especially during slavery at those slave auctions. I'm pretty sure that it was humiliating to see groupings of black men just standing there in all of God's glory, and then you had to compare yourself. And you knew that the women that you had there at those auctions were lusting over those same black men. And this is why you guys stopped having women go to these slave auctions. This is why you started having black men wear clothes at these slave auctions. Like I said, you gotta go back to the beginning. Gotta go back to the start. So I understand your hatred, Frank. I understand. If I were you as well, I would hate too, but I'm not. So here we are. Matter of fact, I got you, Frank. No problem. What I'm going to do here is that I'm going to capture your comments here so I can bring this up for a previous stream to basically further prove the racism that black people have to face in the United States, that black content creators have to deal with when it deals with white men. Matter of fact, Frank, what I'm going to be very nice and decide to do is that I'm going to put your comment directly up there, because that's how much of a caring person I am. That's how much I believe in things being equal, right? Because you guys want to sit up there and say that, oh, we're trying to block out freedom of speech, and you're trying to moderate this and moderate that. No problem, Frank. I got you. So this is what Frank decided to write to me, guys. Of course, this is a white man who decided to state to a black man that I, as a black man, need to keep quiet. Racial slur. Trump will take it all from whatever. And then lastly, Frank said, you sound like an illiterate, stupid, expletive racial slur. So again, to anybody out there that's white sitting directly in the background, this is what I happen to refer to and talk about whenever I say that white people are racist, because I mean just that. Because you will have the one or the few that are not like Frank, but the great many of you are. And when I happen to showcase things like this, guess what? You guys aren't here to talk to Frank about his racism, how stupid and ignorant he is, or to comment on the fact that he obviously views me and many other black people as less than human beings. So yeah, it's crazy. TS229 said, you lay down with dogs and you get fleas. Be careful what you vote for. Ooh. David said, this is David. You shouldn't make fun of me. I totally am not a racist, but thanks to the person who at least wanted me to clarify what I was trying to say. Thanks for not taking what I said wrong. Was saying J. At first I thought you was about to type Super Saiyan or saying at the last part of that, but okay. TS said let me just say, because I gotta let me just say 229. 229 said we live in a town adjacent from Eatonville. All right. Parachute on the Cloud said, I don't believe that there was a best choice for president. We literally watched Kamala prioritize migrants while telling us that she wasn't going to do anything beneficial for black people. That's true. That's true. 229 said, David, could you recap your statement? Stanley said, I concur with your statement. I look at education, medical health care, employment, and training. I did very well under the Biden administration. I wish I was able to tell my story. Well, the beautiful part, like I always sit up there and say, if you want to happen to tell a story, this is what social media is directly for. I keep telling people, like, yo, go up there and start a TikTok, put it, directly out there. Tell people how you were able to, benefit under whatever, administration, and how you're not able to benefit under another administration in comparison, whatnot or whatever. Chances are you will, once it gets moving, you'll probably get a lot more hate, which will be positive because that means a lot more people are listening. So, you'll have quite a difference in discussion there, so to say. Neil said the best strategy is to boycott. That is true. 229 said they're the first to get the ish kicked out of them. Yeah. Tibby said they're doing the march on April 19th. I can't go. It's WrestleMania weekend. They tripping. 229 said y'all are demonized. Yeah, that's true. You said you can't demonize somebody who looks like your underage mistress. Oh man. Pinky said I'm watching Sinners in theaters. Hey, I think I'm supposed to go see that at a point in time, so I'll let y'all know how that is from my perspective and point of view. It's actually gotten critical acclaim, which is crazy and shocking. And oddly enough, I'm not hearing a whole bunch of white boys out there. Oh, this is DI. Look at this affirmative action movie. Oh, look at this wokeness. I'm shocked because usually it just keeps going. And I guess they've run a little bit out due to Assassin's Creed because they were spending months directly on that. Like, Lord have mercy. They even had high profile white streamers talking and spewing the exact same thing, which was insane. But like I said, anything for views. And a lot of these dudes out here with these platforms, these white boys will sit up there and play directly into it because they know that they can get, free clicks and views and donations and stuff just by sort of kind of agreeing with the stances at the moment. Crazy work. But like I said, hey, it'd be like that. Ebony said racism is a white problem that needs to be fixed. Bars. 229 said true. Neil said nailed it. COINTELPRO. Nemarx said nah. Said I don't agree with that. Fear should not stop us from fighting racism. Wait, did I say that fear should? I'm trying to figure out. Like when you said that, that made me think to like another live stream or something like that. I'm not even sure how to even respond back because I'm trying to figure out if I said anything towards that. Stanley said we didn't match. Well, wait, we didn't match on a weekend to a closed building. We were serious and we needed to make an impact on the country, and it's important for this country. Iron Lion said, wait, you're telling me black people had a meeting and decided what to do? We are all sheeple and just on different avenues. It wasn't like a so-called meeting. It was just an agreement that black people were going to just stay back. That was it. Black people didn't come together in the community and go to a warehouse and in a circle like Knights at the Round Table and just have a meeting. That's not what we did. It was just like a common thing. We heard one thing. It was like, all right, spread it through the grapevine real quick. That's it. And that's all she wrote. And that's what people saw. We stayed back, stood out the way. Ebony said, yep, don't get caught up in a protest. That will give Trump what he wants. Yeah. 229 said, if y'all want to protest, just make sure you wear khakis. That wouldn't even sit up there and help because you still got to worry about the skin. People can still see and who you are and whatnot. So, but yeah, that's funny though. Namor said we should not burn the country down for Latinos and other groups, but we should for fighting anti-black racism. Standing said those matches were a meet and greet at the barbecue. 229 said they want you to burn it down. Dark Titan said black women shouldn't be for feminism in the first place. Feminists never protected black people in the past. They stood by their husbands while our people were ornaments, right? Tippy said under Biden, nothing really changed. Still individuals going after the family, walking in the streets, human organ trafficking, no metal detectors in schools, homelessness, not getting any help, and today's still the same. 229 said they do not want you to assemble, join hands, and say nothing. That is more threatening. I mean, yeah, because usually if and when black people protest, it garners the eyes of everybody. If white people protest, nobody really cares. Just to be honest, nobody really cares if white people actually get together, protest, kumbaya, any of that stuff. It's more so when black people do it. People are like, "Oh my God, what are they up to? What are they about to sit up there and do? Let's check the neighborhoods. Let's check the convenience stores. Where are they protesting? Magically, everybody want to be concerned. Everybody wants to have be a mouthpiece and say something specifically on it, which is crazy. Ebony said, no mystery. Bricks piled up at recent protests. Looks like the government could not spark a riot like they did in the past. Yeah, and that's the other thing that I've pointed out in a multitude of live streams that I did in the past, that whenever black people would have these protests, you would magically have stacks of bricks. Magically, there would be construction going on and fresh bricks sitting there. There was a video that I posted where this group of white kids were in this random car that looked like it was like from the 80s. And they were driving slowly past on the side, past a group of young black men. And they were like, yo, we got a brick, in a car. Like they were just like selling drugs. I'm like, who slow rolls down the street and has a brick just to give out? And why do you think that somebody's going to take the brick? Like the black dudes sit up there and be like, yo, you see this? Like they clowned them. They was like, yo, what are y'all doing? It's like, you got a brick in your car. Like, who is this? Like, what are y'all doing out here? And they just drove off looking stupid, looking crazy. Sham said, wipers are waking up to that slavery, the human race about to die out because women are tired. That too. 229 said that's why Gandhi won. Namor said fighting the enemy does not equal protest. Protest is at the bottom of any fight. Not fighting is for cowards. 229 said Shambhala, they were trying hard to push the trade wife thing. Some companies will only hire executives with Christian trade wives. Didn't know that. Third Eye said EMU Australia can export EMU meat because they created a infestation in them. He said that happened to us. Stanley said it took Biden almost 4 years to undo what Trump had done and left, leaving the United States $4 trillion in debt. Ash Rabbit said apparently white people don't like their coffee decaf. You say EMU meet, not meet. I got you. I got you. Sham said not fighting is not definition of coward. Bravery stems from conquering your fears and not fighting. Some fights are won without fist. Walking away is also bravery sometimes. 229 said you can fight by not playing into their hand. I mean, that's true. Yeah. I mean, everybody, like I'm looking at what everybody's saying, and everybody has a point about how to fight and all this. People have points, but again, you can't put every single point for every single situation. Um, every situation, you can't fight. Like, let's say if it was me versus like an army, like a well-trained military army, tooth and nail, military grade, everything. It was 20 of them versus me. Yeah, no, it's called a tactical retreat. I'm not going to be able to fight that. There was no type of shame in a tactical retreat or quote unquote running, as a lot of people would like to say. But then for a certain extent, where you have a closed alley and you got two people basically walking towards you and you're trying to walk out the alley, it's like, yeah, you're going to have to basically fight yourself out of that situation, because behind you is a wall and you can't jump that wall, you can't climb it or scale it, and in front of you is the only way out, but you got two guys basically stopping you from doing that. So it's like, yo, you're going to have to fight your way out. So, sometimes you're going to have to figure out what applies and what doesn't for whatever situation. Standing said, I'm liking this stream. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. 229 said they want to peg black folks as violent and out of control. Yeah. Yep. Standing said Trump says he loves the uneducated. Yeah. 229 said, and say, see, we told you they are dangerous. Yep. That's facts. That is facts. What else we got here? Let me see. Sham said Frank got to have like 20,000 accounts because he stay getting banned. Yeah. Yep. Dark Titan said Frankie loves those lady boys in a club. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Shout out to Marcus Houston. Tippy said black men in the comments better not see that as a win. LOL, please don't. Wait, I'm a little bit confused. Cooking Frank like a hot dog for the 4th of July. Yo. Stanley said, okay, so you don't think people should keep their hands to themselves? Ebony said, I've already blocked him, so his racist comments don't even hit my chat. Yeah, it's true. Uncle Wayne said Michael Jackson told us they don't really care about us. That's facts. That is facts. Let me see what else we got. 229 said he is a punk. Ooh, cold-blooded. Carl said, I'm convinced the white dude like Frank got a body pillow of Trump that he worships on the daily. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Standing says social media platforms has made it comfortable for people to be racist. 229 said, not in a good way. Frank, you are a child. What was it? Trump is another puppet in the Trump master. Twin boys are a menace. I'm hearing TikTok is going to shut down on Sunday. I'm not sure if that is true or not. I don't know what to. Let me see if I can find some real quick since we're all still here. Let me see TikTok. I probably spelled that wrong, but it's whatever. Let's TikTok. Let's go to news real quick. So we got one that says leaked TikTok memo reveals that changes to its e-commerce division that gives more power to Chinese and Singaporean leaders. And another one, we got a potential buyer talks moving TikTok to South Dakota. Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing. Let me see. Maybe if I type in like TikTok shutdown. Let me see. The next TikTok shutdown is likely to be longer. The current delay expires on June 19th as that date approaches. So yeah, they got up until like June 19th for it to happen. From what I was able to see, and that was a Bloomberg article that was written 4 days ago. So we'll see what happens. The main thing I told people that if you are on TikTok and you got a large following, you may want to start up somewhere else and try to get some of those people to move over to that other area so that you're not just, caught out with your pants down, But we'll see. We will see. Well, I see y'all responding to somebody that I did not see. I'm just gonna skip past it. Frank is definitely a supporter of WS YouTuber. Keeps on attacking Carmelo Anthony and his family of supporters. Probably so. 229 said the movie Them Got Me. D Money said this is the crazy thing about grifting off of the black community. Once you start your audience, won't let you pivot. Carl said Carmelo defended himself. Came in Austin. Should have not been a bully. Let me see what else we got. Okay, now I see you responding. So, okay. Kenny Smith said, had to update profile to let people know I'm not a bot. I mean, it'd be like that. I mean, even though anybody can I could upload a random picture right now and sit up there and tell people that, I'm not American, or I can sit up there and tell people I'm from like Europe somewhere, But hey, you update the profile picture, through Google and whatnot. Kudos. James said, I live in Louisiana where the black on black crimes are astronomical. Regardless of race, all people need to find a better way to come together as one. No one wins with hate and violence. Now, you could have said, now let me tell you something, James. You could have said all of that without trying to put black people in there. You do know that, right? You do know that statement could have been true without trying to highlight black people and make them like the front and center topic. Like that didn't even make any type of sense. I could basically say, the exact same thing, but I could paraphrase it and basically put white people there, going by the statistics, going by how it is that white men have a preference towards going after the family and the most vulnerable in white communities or in communities in general. And I could basically, wire that and say the exact same thing that you stated. But would I've needed to bring white people up in that in order to prove my point? No. I would just do it because I wanted to. See how that works? So basically saying that you brought up black people because you wanted to, which basically goes back and shows the point on how people have a certain type of mindset when it deals with black people. How a lot of people are technically racist when it deals, not even technically, how a lot of people are racist when it deals with black people. And they want to give out these type of negative and harmful stereotypes. Crazy work. Because the funniest thing is I've seen a lot more white boys in their own communities violent, just wigging out, sitting up there fighting over no reason. It could be two college rivalry teams. Y'all ready to sit up there and box. Y'all ready to sit up there and go to the parking lot, and it's looking like the Warriors, the movie. Y'all got like, one side here, the other side there, and y'all want to sit up there and clash like this is Marvel versus Capcom, X-Men versus Street Fighter. This is some crazy work. But you got the nerve to try to highlight, this black on black crime is astronomical. Oh. The crime in America is astronomical. The amount of guns that white people actually own is astronomical. You would think, like, who is white people actually afraid of? It can't be black people because a lot of y'all don't even know black people. So you got those guns because of yourselves. Nobody want to talk about that, though. It'd be like that. It'd be like that, though. It be like that. Let me see. Neil said a tactical withdrawal. Yeah. Yep. Let me see. Fight fist to fist. Regular villain can't even vote. 229 said, as a white woman, seeing a sea of people dressed in white marching silently would make a profound statement. Yeah. Yeah. You said Frank was someone who gets a dopamine boost from shocking people, much like obscene phone calls. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see what else we got here. I'm just trying to scroll down. You said a JD Vance couch cover. That's crazy. Kenny Smith said, "Who cares how many people are in here? This is great content." Hey, much appreciation. I'll sit up there and highlight that. Much appreciation. Much appreciation. Much appreciation. Sham said that G-Day Vance eyeliner went on really smooth. Black, not his color, but I might buy it from China for myself. Let me tell you something. Love you're correct. It means kids' parents be outside spending time. Let me see what else we got. I'm trying to make sure to catch up. What is it, like 6:17 right now? And I'm looking at 6:14, something almost there. Just trying to catch up. 229 said the black community has a boot on their necks in Louisiana. Came in saying I disagree. They do talk about it on the news in different networks, different local city networks. It's horrible. Georgia Sweet said, no, Seji, they have those guns because of, I don't know who you talking about. Us. Let me just highlight you real quick because I know you want to get highlighted. I don't know this us that you talking about. Who is this us? Like, I know that I'm black. I know that I'm here. I know that I'm American. I don't know this us that you're talking about. Like I said before, I want you to understand, because again, I don't know who you are. Right? Don't know you from Adam. Don't know you from a can of paint. I want you to know that when civil wars broke out, that was white people sitting up there fighting. When it had to do with the British and all of this other type of stuff, that was white people sitting up there fighting. When another civil war breaks out, that's going to be white people fighting other white people. They literally give you, like, what's the terminology? They pre-program people, where they show people a lot of these images in these movies they deal with civil wars and the instability in the country and the collapse of the country. Who 9 times out of 10 when they show you these movies, who are the people out there like robbing and stealing and do? I always sit up there and see white people doing stuff. I always see white people sitting up there plotting and planning and whatnot or whatever. Like I said, it's going to be white people turning on other white people. Everybody else is dead last in that situation. White people are going to be looking at themselves from beginning to end. So no, I'm trying to sit up there and tell you, no, those weapons that white people got, it ain't for black people. And let me just put it to a better extent. The amount of ammunition that is stocked by way of the United States government that they have not used, I'm talking about all the missiles, the bullets, all of this, that is not for black people. It's not for black people. Let me see. 229 said, and the amount of in-family relationships in Louisiana is horrific. Yeah, I've covered quite a few stories in Louisiana. I've covered quite a few stories. Let me just highlight you right there. That is the dumbest thing you could have lit by far. Like I say, you let people talk long enough, they will show you exactly what. Didn't we just clearly go over this where I used the example of a burning house, right? He says that only reason that racism exists is because we talk about it. Okay, man, at any moment in time, I happen to pass by your block and your house is on fire. I'm going to tell you that the only reason your house is on fire is because we're paying attention to it. So if we turn our backs, we ignore the heat, we ignore the cinders, we ignore the ash, we ignore the second floor collapsing onto the first floor and the first floor collapsing to the bed. We ignore all of that stuff going on. Your house is no longer on fire. Do you understand how stupid that is? You understand how much working, mental gymnastics you have to do in actual reality to sit up there and ignore the heat and the flames and the smell of a fire? And you're like, yo, within the same instance, like, yo, racism, just ignored, and poof, it doesn't exist. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Uh, and I know for a fact that you're older than me. I know for a fact you can. I'm not even going to say you can't be this ignorant because obviously you are because you made the statement. This, like I said before, this is insane. This is insane. It is insane. Let me tell you. Ebony said MK Ultra and a Manchurian candidate. Yep. For brainwashing. Tippy was like, LOL, what I say, Seji? Sam was like, why are they so bent on staying blind? Hear no evil, see no evil does not change. The boogeyman is under your bed eating the cat. It's still happening. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. 229 said justice is still radically unequal. You know this as a white man. You would think he would actually know, but with the foolishness he speaks, nah, he's right up there with Frank. He's right up there with Frank. That is crazy. This is what I be talking about. Crazy work. You told him to reach out and listen to other people's stories. Yeah, that's not happening. That is not going to sit up there and happen. That is just some crazy work there. No. Let me tell you. 229, you're giving them way too much grace because what's going to happen is that Frank would be not Frank. Kay would be the type of person where he would literally see racism and he would be like the white dudes that I would always see in a lot of these videos, where instead of them addressing the racist, they're holding back the black dude. They're stopping him from talking. They're telling him like, yo, just turn around, just go about your business, just ignore him, just allow him to be right. They're never like, every time I see these videos, white boys and white men will come out of, white boys, white men, women, whatever. They'll come from out of the scenes. It's like they just teleport there the moment in time that a racist dude is about to get his just due. And they will stop the black guy. They will try to calm him down instead of going after the racist, going after the one that's in your own community, that's putting and highlighting bad energy, that's doing negative things. He would be the type like, hey, yo, black dude, don't even worry about him. Like, we know that the blacks aren't, really what, he says. I mean, you guys do have black on black crime, but just ignore him. He's this, he's that. Don't let him, ruffle your feathers. Just ignore him. If you ignore him, it doesn't exist, right? Just because he calls you the N-word doesn't mean you're the N-word. It's, just ignore it. Crazy work. Crazy work. Nah. Let me see. You said let him tell you what he's thinking. Nah, I can't do it. See, that's the thing. That's the thing. I put it to you like this, right? 229. There's for the longest time possible, especially earlier on, I've tried to speak common sense, as dumb as it is. I've tried to speak common sense and logic directly into racist white men. Again, these are men that are far more older than me, right? Have far more experience out here in the world. But no matter how much wisdom and experience that they have, they still come down to this belligerent, racist, ignorant ideology that they have, that they hold on to like a little baby holding on to a blanket because it's afraid of the outside world. It's afraid of the unknowns. And as much as I would try to speak positivity, intelligence, racism, I would try to sit up there and show them, hey, I'm actually different. I'm trying to have this conversation. I want to have us see as human beings. Again, this is me being honest. It would fall on deaf ears, and I would look 100% stupid. 100% stupid. Because at the end of the day, they would let me know. It's like, yo, you're stupid for trying to sit up there. I'm racist to a point. I'm racist because I'm racist. I decided to be this way. You're trying to tell me anything different, trying to change me. It's not going to change anything. What I call you is exactly what I call you at the end of the day, and that's exactly what you are. And that's what I would hear from a variety of white men, especially given the example of Frank that we have directly in front of us. That's been there for probably about what, good, like close to 30 minutes. So yeah, I tend not to want to hear anybody that is racist. I'm not trying to hear their point of view. I'm not trying to hear their perspective. What they believe is what they believe, and they can stay on that side of the road. And I'm clearly on my side doing my own thing. That's the way that I like to do it. That's the maturity within me. Now, the immaturity that would take place was that if somebody is, in a sense, saying something that I don't like, I would decide to step outside of myself and ruin everything that I have to go put hands directly on them because I feel a certain type of way. I go by the one thing that my mom has always stated to me, still to this day, that certain battles are meant to be fought. So you pick and choose your battles wisely. And that's what I do. I pick and choose my battles. And that's also how I am at the current age that I am as a black man. And I don't currently have a record or anything else like that going on. So, you know. You said, I'm just saying it's possible to change somebody's mind, but I understand my place in this conversation. See, and this is the part of where I'm sitting up and saying, like, we're having a cordial conversation, right? And you stated your point. You're like, hey, probably just give him a shot. Just hear what it is that he's, trying to convey, and different things like that, and yada yada yada. Right. And that's, like I said, no problem. And I mean, and y'all were having a conversation directly with him, but the conversation was going a little bit left, especially when he started making the statement that he did dealing with racism. But like, I just ignored it, doesn't exist. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Because if an asteroid was literally about to hit this planet, do I ignore it and I'm still going to be alive in 5 seconds? Or do I basically see it for what it is, and it's the asteroid about to hit the Earth, and we're all gone, right? So when I happen to hear a white male basically state that, I know he's too far gone. There's nothing there. But again, for the most part, me being a black man, it's not actually my job to actually hear him out. It's not really my job to try to educate him or to try to make him a better person. Because the main thing that a lot of white men have told me is that they are the perfect person. They've always been the right person. They are the champions. They are the ones that made the world and all this other type of stuff. So I don't need to actually hear him out. I don't actually, need to listen, or anything like that. But the thing that I do like, again, about the conversation that we're having here is that you are one of the few that decided, was like, I know my place directly in the conversation. Let me just back down. I respect that. Because there's been too many other instances where we've had some white folks here and they want to argue with me and the moderators tooth and nail. Not saying that you were arguing, but I'm just saying, as an example, like we've, had people decide to, do that and whatnot. So, wait, what happened? You said I have respect for your choices on your channel. Okay, I got you. You said we've divorced. Wait, where did that come from? I'm a little bit confused. I'm highly confused on that. I'm not sure how the divorce part. I'm not even sure that one came from. That just threw me off right there. 229 said I sensed an opportunity, but it's not my channel. No, like I said, I get you, because trust me, I can see, different perspectives and whatnot. For you, it's different. Being a white woman, you might happen to, want to give grace or an opportunity for people. For me, being black, I don't really have the option. For black people, we don't really have that option in the United States, because the moment in time that we decide that something is all right, bow, we get hit with something. We think that this one cop is good. Bow. Now we're no longer here. We no longer exist. We get a random raid performed on our house, and it was the wrong house. And now we got to bury a family member or something like that. Some crazy stuff. What else? Will Nash said, "Are you guys for or against Trump?" I'm a little bit confused. Does it matter? Does it matter who's anybody actually for? I'll put it to you like this. At one moment in time, I remember growing up that people were not exactly so open when it dealt with who it is that they voted for. They almost treated that as close. They held it close to the chest like religion. And for whatever reason, we went far past that time. And now people are just out there, out and about. It's like, yeah, I voted for this person. They're the best person. Rah, 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 yeah. All that other type of stuff. And I'm like, what are we doing here? I'm like, realistically, nobody in a sense needs to know who anybody voted for, just to be real. Because if you vote, you're not voting because of group think. You voted because you feel that this candidate fits whatever interest or is better for whatever interest that you specifically have, meaning education, for the family, the economy, for job, school, whatever it is. That candidate specifically represents those certain things or all things. Right. So realistically, it shouldn't matter. Tippy said that 229 was replying. Oh, Tippy, you said she was replying to you. Oh, okay. 229 said, "I've become accustomed to sending opportunities over the years, but it is cool." Oh, sensing. Okay, I got you. Didi said, "I got arrested because my white lawyer didn't do his job." I don't know what that's supposed to be. I don't know if you're white or black. I mean, it'd be like that. Luck of the draw. If you got a public defendant, it'd be like that. You might need some money, stuff like that. T229 said, "Understood." Robert Flavonoid, what is up? You said cultism. Kahana said, "Trump is a boss." I mean, I guess so. Like I said, it's whatever people believe in. James said, "I wasn't trying to offend anyone with my statement. I do apologize." Sham said, "People need to understand the idea of danger. We want to have faith in the ability to teach kindness, that we forget some people can't be loved on and taught. They aren't here for that." That's true. Ebony said, "Trump and company made it okay for people to be open with their racism again. That's why they're so happy to share why they voted for him, no matter who it would hurt." Didi said he didn't show up. So you're saying that your public defender didn't show up to court? Oh, you paid for that lawyer? Yo, you need to get that money back. That's crazy. Yo, I would be livid if I paid for a lawyer and that boy didn't sit up there and show. Yo, I'm pulling up to your house real quick. I'm like, yo, whatever that retainer and that money, yo, I need that back real quick. We gotta figure, we gotta work some out. We gotta work. You might need to go have a conversation. I'm talking about an adult conversation where you're an adult talking to another adult. I don't want nobody to sit up there and think that I'm trying to advertise for negative behaviors directly out here. You said lost over $600 from including what I pay the guy. Woo! Will said, "I think that voting for fascism, whether intentionally or not, is something that really does matter." Okay. That's cool. I'll put it to you like this. We got the United States government at this moment in time on both sides that don't care about the American people. We got the United States government that is throwing and spiraling America into a certain type of debt. We got the United States government that is spending hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars elsewhere, and not in America, not for the people, not for the education system, not for the healthcare system, not for the VA, not for the senior citizens, not for child care, not for maternity leave, right? We got the United States doing that. We got the United States enabling other people, such as European immigrants, to come directly over here and to be able to afford housing or some type of shelter and food, while normal everyday Americans that are falling on hard times and might have just got laid off from a job are barely able to get workers' comp or insurance, health care. So for me, it doesn't, in a sense, the totality of it, it doesn't really matter who people voted for. The system is crooked. The system is full of robbers. It is full of parasites. It is full of vampires on both the Democratic and the Republican side. It's not up for debate, and everybody voted. So again, nowhere in the United States government has the United States government ever been 100% for the American people. And I'm going to keep saying that up until I cannot say that no more. And that is a factual statement, because the rich and the elite do not care about peons. They do not care about sheep. They do not care about the poor. They don't care about who's going to follow the most, or they don't care about none of that. They care about money, their greed, their selfishness. They care about everything that basically revolves around them. It's crazy. And you're a part of the others that don't even understand. You're like, no, you got the Democrats wasting money, not the Republic. You're being stupid. You're being willfully stupid on purpose. You're being willfully stupid on purpose. This whole you're old enough to remember George W. Bush Jr. directly in office. We had 9/11. We had the war on terror. We also had the fact that he was sitting up there telling us that we were fighting a faceless enemy. And then he never finished that war. He was out before the war was basically finished, but yet we're supposed to be fighting a faceless enemy, right? You guys signed over the Patriot Act, allowing the United States government to go in and throughout the American people's lives by way of email, phone call, text messages, and email. And then you want us to get mad after the fact when mainstream media told you, oh, this is what you guys signed up for, and this is what you guys got. And during that, you had Donald Rumsfeld that went on national TV and said that we lost track of $2.2 trillion. Republican Party, I might add. You also had Bush Jr. go directly to his last dinner in front of all of the media and the rich and whoever. And he specifically made a joke about the war on terror and said that the weapons of mass destruction have to be out there somewhere. We're going to find them. Knowing the fact that they just sacrificed your loved ones like lambs to the slaughter, and you got the nerve to try to pin this and be like, oh, but it's really the Democrats doing this and that and not the Republicans. You're a fool. You are 100% a fool. Jesus Christ. Like I said, you're older than me. And you're this ignorant. You're this gullible. You're this stupid. Because you think that what the men and the women that look just like you that you voted for literally care about you, you're stupid. And you're too old to be this stupid. Me being the young age that I am, I shouldn't even be the one to tell you this. But here we are. That is crazy. That is crazy. Didi said the problem is allowing the elites to make laws to the detriment of the poor. Yeah. Yep. But like I said, I talk about this quite a bit. And if people read through the lines of a lot of things that happen, I get directly to this point. But again, I have to cover a lot of different things. I have to go through a lot of different topics to get exactly to this point. But even still, when I get to this point, people still don't want to pay attention. And that be the main problem. And people wonder why, like I said before, the United States is in a disarray. It's in, chaos, or at least starting to be in, chaos. Why people are suffering all across the board. Like I said before, for the white people directly out there, you voted Democrat or Republican, don't even care. The government allows the insurance companies to cancel your insurance plans. Color me surprised on that. The insurance companies can literally cancel your plans. They can deny you coverage because of a certain type of cancer. It's like, oh, you got stage 4 cancer. We can't do anything about that. But if it was stage 1 cancer, then we could actually cover it. We can't cover 2 through 4. Crazy work. And there's been tons of white people directly on TikTok and everywhere else that have cried and complained and whined and everything else about these situations. And as a black person, I just got to sit up there and sit back and be like, well, you voted for this. This is what you asked for. Because at the moment of time of talking about this, you can't blame this on black people. You have to literally sit down, look in the mirror and be like, yo, as a white person, we messed up. But you still can't have white people even admit that they messed up, even when it details them making decisions and choices for their own lives. Somebody else always has to foot the bill for the blame. Here we are. Here we are. Here we are. But like I said, whenever I happen to get into these conversations and different things like this, 9 times out of 10, it will, fall on deaf ears. The 1% of the time that people are listening are clearly a lot of the people that are in this the comment section at this moment in time that I can see chatting, that I can see, talking and typing away. Again, I'm not talking about, of course, we're not, talking about the trolls and all of those other types of things directly out there. But yeah, this is where we are. And for a lot of black people, this is the frustrating part, because it's like, hey, we do love America. We would actually want to do something. We actually want to help. We want to make things better, but at what cost? What, I got to sacrifice my life. I got to sacrifice my son. I got to sacrifice my family, while everybody else ain't sacrificing nothing, while everybody else don't have no type of skin in the game, while I'm still going to get treated, berated. I'm going to get, talked down on. I'm going to get called, a variety of slurs. And it's like, nah, it's not worth it. It's like, it's not it's not justifying anything. The ends don't justify the means. It just doesn't. And for a lot of black people, this is why we're just, sitting back and we're letting everybody else figure it out, because we've tried to figure it out for you. We've helped you figure it out. We fought for you to figure it out. And no matter which direction, which way we went, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, in the middle, independent, whatever it was, we still got the blame. We still got the short end of the stick. We sat up there and watched and seen every other group directly out here get a type of coverage or a law. The LGBT, they got laws. They progressed. This is the fastest that I've seen a group, literally a group, progress in the last 30 years. Like the amount of rate of which the LGBT has gotten like laws passed and protections, it is unseen. It is crazy. You got Jewish people out there that got more laws passed directly for them. You got immigrants that got laws specifically passed for them. You got Asians that got laws passed specifically for them. You know who didn't get laws? Who don't have any real type of protections in the United States? Black Americans. And those are the main folks, the main people who fought so hard, harder. I'm going to sit up there and say this, no matter how it is that people take it. Black Americans fight harder for this country more than anybody else, given the history that Black Americans have had to face in this country. The amounts of treatment that we've had to deal with since the beginning, since during slavery and after slavery. We have still been the only ones fighting tooth and nail, no matter how disrespected and devalued we have been in this country, all to be called ungrateful, all to be called lazy, all to have been having all types of medical tests and experiments done on us at that point and still after. Still to be called beggars and vagrants, still to be said that, oh, you don't belong here, go back to Africa. This is why Black people stand down and stand back. This is why. No other group of people out here are going to understand that, because no other group of people have had to go through what it is that we've had to face still to this day. Realistically, the ungrateful parties that are in the United States is the United States itself. because never once has the whole of this country ever looked at Black Americans and had empathy or sympathy and said, thank you for the sacrifices. Thank you for what your ancestors have done. Thank you for fighting. Thank you for loving. Thank you for being here with us, no matter how ungrateful we are as a people. But yet you want us to sit up there and praise you. But yet you want us to sit up there and be thankful for the little bones and Happy Meal toys that you sit up there and give us. Sure. Sure. It's crazy. No, it's let me that comment right there, that was that was funny. That was funny right there. That was funny. That man said, "Yo, I feel like I'm about to cry," and said he wasn't even talking about me directly. I could feel the visceral disappointment in his voice. Yes, it's a lot of stuff, and that comes from over the years. Because at one point in time, what was the terminology that people used to love using? Bushy-tailed and something, whatever. Like basically, you have rose-colored glasses, or you tend to think differently versus what reality was, right? And that's because of how I grew up, right? Got friends of different ethnicities, different things like that, and everything was cool. And then you slowly start to come directly into the real world, and you realize that the world that you came from was, in a sense, like a facade. It wasn't, in a sense, reality. And then once reality actually hits you, you start to get hit with like that huge, line of depressive clouds, directly out there, and the raindrops are falling on my head. It becomes that whole thing, right? Yeah, at one point in time you saw the sun, and then now you see nothing. It's like the UK. It's always raining in the UK, or better yet, it's always raining in Philadelphia, even though that's not the title of the show, but you get what it is I'm saying and trying to get towards. But yeah, that reality is something. And that's something that's not taught in schools, and that's something that I don't think that a lot of parents could vocally really explain to a lot of their kids on how to really prepare and to adjust to that actually coming. Like as soon as that door to reality is open, you're not closing that. That thing is worse than Pandora's box. At least with Pandora's box, you might be able to, try to block a little bit of something. Stuff is still going to come out, but you can maybe potentially block it. But once reality really hits you, once you open that door, you can't close it. You're in there, and you got to figure out how to thrive, how to survive, how to move around, how to not get knocked down. You just got to figure out some strategies on the go. And there is no specific great teaching manual directly out there in order to help anybody navigate that. It's not. It's crazy. It's diabolical. Rivers said that a greedy man / woman will take a bribe to throw the people under the bus and sell his soul for 10 cents on the dollar. That's facts. That's facts. Let me see this real quick. We got somebody else pulling up in the chat to be a troll. No problem. I see you, but you won't be seen. Let me just tell you that. Let me see what else we got. He said, making all these very solid points on the racial politics of the United States and not seeing that one of the two parties represents an existential threat for Black America seems strange to me. So the problem that you're not seeing is what I'm trying to convey. Maybe something might have been lost in translation. So let me clarify. What I'm saying is that no party, no government system is beneficial for the Black community. They never have been, realistically. Okay, we have the civil rights Great. We got a little Happy Meal toy. But how long did that sit up there and last? You had like what, a slow little maybe sort of kind of moment of peace. And then what you had who was it, Reagan or Nixon, that had the war on drugs? And then somewhere during that same time they started calling what, black women like welfare queens and things of this nature, and all of these other types of things started to happen. Then you had uh, 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 the the deliberate disruption of the Black Panther Party, which was there to benefit and help and protect the black community and to uplift them. But yet white people demonized that along with the government. Well, better yet, the government demonized the Black Panther Party. They just made sure to use white people, poor white people, in order to be a catalyst to further the dissection of the Black Panther Party and that movement. Because going back to what the lady in red, if I correct me if I'm wrong, should have been J. Edgar, right? He stated that there will not, the black community, paraphrasing, basically stating that the black community will not have a messiah unless we create and give them one, which means that they would put a Negro that is bought and paid for in order to lead black people where it is that they want them to go. Versus if they have a homegrown, self-made leader who the people love, they're not going to have that because they're not in control of it. So that's what I'm saying. The government in general does not care, does not have a heart, does not have love, does not have empathy or sympathy, does not respect or value the black community. They never have and they never will. So I'm saying both parties. I don't care. Democrat, Republican, Republican, Democrat, red, blue, blue, red. I do not care who it is. They do not care in general. They do not care. Neil Sherman said, didn't Cassius Clay say that about the Vietnamese? Yeah, he was like, hey, I'm not going to fight in no Vietnam War because no Viet Cong ever, did nothing to me. They're not the ones calling me out of my name. They're not the ones saying go back to Africa. They're not the ones, forcing all of this segregation on me. It wasn't them. He was like, the white man is my problem. You my problem. And he's right. And what did white people do to Muhammad Ali in real time? They dethroned him as the king that he was. They stripped him of his belts and his accolades, and they jailed him because he was a uppity Negro that thought he knew what he knew, and they wanted to strip him and use him as an example so that the other Negroes would never get the idea to ever speak in which a way that Cassius Clay had the audacity to speak to white men and to a white government. So like I said, both Democrats and Republicans watched that happen to Muhammad Ali, aka Cassius Clay. Terry L. Williams said it was a wide eye and bushy tail. Thank you. Thank you. Who was that? Terry D Money. Baby girl. Yep. Thank you. Sham said, yep, that is why Muhammad Ali didn't join the Vietnam War. Yeah. Yep. 229 said, like Jeff Bezos said, they wanted us to wake up terrified. Dee said, I must be old. Sham said, I also want a shirt that says diabolical with a black dragon. In fact, I'm going to draw you some t-shirts, Seji. Tell me what you think. All right, I got you. You can send it to me on Steam and whatnot. And we will see, what we're going to do directly with that. We will see what it see. We'll make it do what it do. Neil said all parties are detrimental threats. That's why parties are rejected by 1791. Neil said it took 4 Todds, Lincolns, and Pinkertons to bring parties back. Mo said May Edgar. Scroll the mover. Oh man, that's some crazy. FBA Kush, what is up? You said right. Nash said it can be true and is that both parties let down black Americans and that one of them is orders of magnitudes worse than the other. It bothers me that you don't address that. Because this is the thing. I don't have time. This is my main thing. If I'm going to be poisoned, I just want to be poisoned outright. I'm not trying to be like, okay, so do you want to do the Democratic poison, which is a little bit slower, but it's still going to get to the point you'll just live a little bit longer? Or do you want to go the Republican route, which is faster and you got a shorter time span, but you may get a little bit of bells and whistles? I don't want neither. That's my main point. I don't want neither. I don't care who's worse than the other one. It's still bad at the end of the day. You can have somebody that's sort of a killer, right? But they only killed a certain type of way. It was more humane. But the other killer was just outright killing. They're both killers. I'm not for it. Like that's not, within, my whole thing to basically do. So like I said before, if I'm going to get poisoned, I'm going to get poisoned outright. Case in point, I'm probably going to order some food, and I'm probably going to order me a Coke directly with my food. I'm knowingly ordering something that I know is going to poison me outright. I know I'm ordering something, right, that is directly bad for me. That is of my will. That is what I'm going to decide to sit up there and do, right? That is the choice. It's not no either or type of thing. It's just a simple, straight shot. I'm walking directly into that door. It's not some type of thing, some type of game where elites are like, hey guys, we're going to play this game. We're the actual poison, but you don't see it because it's connected to these lines on our fingers. So, but those lines are connected to A, the Democratic Party, or B, the Republican Party. So it's your choice on which poison you want to specifically take from us. You're still going to take poison, but it's your choice. Right. And then we're going to add in some other things here where the Democratic Party has done this, and then the Republican Party has sat up there and done this to try to, throw a little bit of a jumble in your decision, to really try to mix it up for you, spice up your life. I don't need I don't need to do that. I don't need, both parties to basically, poison myself if that's what I want to sit up there and do. I'll just walk out the door and go to, a McDonald's. I'll go to a Burger King. I go to a Taco Bell. Like I said, there's no type of games with it. Like I said, I don't got no time for that. I'm straight from the hip. I'm going directly to the point. I'm not for this either or, which one is better than the other. Like I said, y'all want to play these political types of games. Y'all want to play these semantics, knowing at the end of the day that those who are in office are rich because we made them rich. You got people on government salaries that are worth multi-millions of dollars, in some instances, hundreds of millions of dollars. And you have to explain, how is that possible on a government salary? It's not. That's because they're practicing insider trading. Proof of which of insider trading is going back during the pandemic when you had the whole fiasco with the stocks dealing with GameStop. And how it is that the government wanted to go after an ordinary guy who followed the breadcrumbs because the elites were out there in the open. I'm talking about the government officials were out there in the open. They were like, ha ha, he, look at what we're doing. We're actually stealing and robbing for you guys. And we're actually having people write about it and tell you, but you're too dumb to actually pay attention and look at the writing on the wall. They literally did that in 4K. And the government was more mad at an ordinary guy that risked literally the shirt, his house, his dog, his wife, his kids on this one bet. And he won big. I'm talking about the dude is hundreds of millions of dollars deep because the elites wanted to play the American people in front of their faces. But they wanted to sit up there and scrutinize and try to see if he got some type of links or connections to other people as to why it is that he was able to ascertain this amount of money so quick, so fast, in a short amount of time. But they didn't want to go after their bipartisan friends directly that's in the same hearing. Huh? And you want me to sit up there and try to decipher and explain which side is better than it? None of them. They're robbing everybody. None of them. I can't make that any clearer. Like, I literally cannot make that any clearer. 229 said, I've got to go, but I wish you all well. Thank you for the kindness. No problem. I probably got, to a pretty late. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, and thank you for being here. Taking out the time. Ebony said, it's the rich versus the poor. Both political parties are these to serve the rich. Yes, current Democrats are somewhat for the people, while conservatives are for the money. Yeah. Didi said, I disagree. You can't take away greatness from Muhammad Ali. No. You're right. You're right. But what I mean by taking away the greatness is adding an asterisk by his name. So no matter what his legacy is as a black man, no matter what his legacy is, they will make sure that he will not leave unscathed. They will make sure that he will leave knowing the fact that they've made other people hate that man and still hate him. There's still white people out here that hate Muhammad Ali to this day, even though he was right. They still hate him to this day, and they're happy that he's no longer here. Crazy work. GT Howard said, don't take the red pill. Don't take the red pill. Stay in the dream. Once you wake up, the desert of the real, you can't go back to sleep. Paraphrase from Morpheus from the Matrix. Yeah. And it is a drought out here. Let me tell you. They fear the black messiah. That is facts. Said even the red pill was a part of the trap. Yep. D Money said, don't put stuff in my cereal and call it a milkshake. That's facts. That's facts. GT said, yo, that's crazy. You spoke in that as I was typing it. It's no coincidence that the black community can't unite. Yeah. Sham said, okay, I'm going to do your key phrases. It'll be like that. Diabolical. That's crazy. To the Bermuda Triangle. LOL. Yo, the funniest thing is I say a lot of things, but I don't remember a lot. Sometimes it takes like a certain moment or whatnot for things to, really come up like that. Because I talk a lot, so you guys actually remember some of the stuff more than I do. You guys actually have a way better memory than I do, or in a lot of cases. Sham said, okay, okay, I read that one. You said GT, that's what took out Fred Hampton, Malcolm, and Martin. Yeah. Nash said, I spent the last 8 months of my life studying to lead up to the Holocaust for a living. Believe me, you want the lesser poison more before you need oxygen. The United States is headed for a reckoning. And I understand that, right? History is always important because the main thing I also like to tell a lot of white people out here is that if you tend to forget or sweep history directly under the rug, you are meant to repeat it. Right. So just like I said earlier in the live stream, for those who sat idly by and allowed everything to take place and happen to black people, allowed them to be caged, allowed them to be paraded, allowed them to be treated as animals, the same exact thing is going to happen to white people in the United States. But I will also add in the fact that even if the United States goes directly into a type of reckoning, black people are going to thrive and they're still going to survive just like they've always had. Just like how China stated that for 5,000 years there was China before the United States, and 5,000 years after there will still be a China, black Americans will still survive and thrive and be here. No matter what state the United States is in, we will still be here because that's just what we do. That's just how we are. Didi says, sometimes you have to make a choice and not all choices are easy. The thing is making an informed choice and praying for the best decision and outcome. Denise Rivers said, people are killing me with that. I voted for the lesser evil. Me, evil is evil. Will Nash said, I am afraid for my black and Hispanic friends across the Atlantic. I mean, it'd be like that. I can tell you for black Americans are going to sit up there and survive. I don't know what to tell you specifically about those. I like to say Spanish speaking individuals because some people get mad when you happen to say Latin or Mexican because it doesn't cover everybody. So for those who, are able Spanish speaking individuals, they got to figure something out. FBA Kush said Gaddafi wanted to give black people in the United States money and they rejected it. Yeah, the United States are not going to allow you to give money to black people. No. They're not going to allow that to happen. No. The United States is like, yo, that's a good look, but nah, we'll look out for them our way, which is no way. That's how the United States does it. Didi said the elites did the same thing to Jesus. Yeah. Mo said not much of a choice between a green mamba or an anaconda. Yeah, that's true. That's facts. Carl said once Muhammad Ali got sick, he was no longer a threat to white supremacy, and all of a sudden they loved him. Yeah. Whenever white people love docile black people, they love black people who are not trying to fight, who are not trying to argue. They love black people who just let them, who allow white people to do whatever it is and say whatever it is that they want to say. Yeah. Yep. Sham said, I hope you can remember that I draw really good. I posted some of my art on Discord, so I won't let you down. All right, I got you. I got you. Trust me, as a person that used to draw, trust me, I believe you 100%. Trust me, I used to be dedicated. Like the amount of time that you guys see me doing like videos and live streams, at certain times I would spend like 10 hours just sitting and drawing. Like I wouldn't even be playing a video game some days. I would just be sitting there drawing like some Dragon Ball Z, working on the shadowing, working on the color, working on, putting multi, type of pictures and stuff. Trust me, I got you. I understand. I got you. Charles said it's always been a classist war for a long time. Brother, one reason I didn't vote. Yeah, that's the reason a lot of black people actually set out, and we specifically told people that, like, hey, we're sitting back, we're taking the couch. That's our vote. Because no matter how it is that we voted, nothing of interest, nothing of value, nothing of tangibility has ever came to fruition. It's come to fruition for everybody else, no matter how we voted, but it's just never come back in good graces, for us to bless us, and stuff of that nature. Now, Rex said, we are the true children of the creator. All others are mutations. What is that? Cap said, bloodstream setup is giving me OCD. Wait. Wait, I was giving you OCD. I'm a little bit confused. Like, what happened? What happened? Wait, is it just the way that the pictures look because of the the split in the middle, or I don't know. Neil said, well, not without handling fee and commission, of course. Yeah. Yeah, I was waiting for it. I was waiting. Let me tell you, I was waiting for D Money to sit up and say, because I'm like, every single live stream, this man is like, I need that 10% fight. This man, every single time, I kid you not, every single live stream, I need that 10% finder's fee, man. Real quick. You gotta cut me off something real quick, man. Oh man, that dude. Let me tell you something. Ebony said, guys, I have to run. Everyone have a great evening. And Seji, keep doing the do. Gotcha. Matter of fact, because you said that, I might order some Mountain Dew. Do the do. Classic Mountain Dew right there. Kush just sitting up there watching. Ebony said, hit the like button and the subscribe button, guys. That is bars, 100% bars, 100%. But yeah, I did not know we actually went for that long. It's actually 8 o'clock. Technically, I kept you guys here a little bit longer than what I was supposed to. Technically, I would say my apologies, I guess. But wait. FBA Kush said hi. No, I see you up there, brother. What's up? I see you. I was reading off some of your comments earlier. Wait, which channel am I looking at right now? Okay, this is that one real quick. Okay, so let me go to the other one that's about like 18 that we're looking at, which is not bad. We're still on the road to about 40K. We are almost there at that moment in time. So again, much love, respect, and appreciation to you guys, and also shout out to you guys pulling up to quite a few of my videos. Much love, respect, and appreciation. It's been a long time, many months, trying to get that directly up because my numbers have been looking poor on those videos. Because I'm talking about, like, I would post videos and they would get about 800 views, and I'm like, that does not make any type of sense. So much love, respect, and appreciation to any of you guys pulling directly up to the scene and showing love and support to the platform, to the videos directly up there. Also a much love, respect, even though he's probably not here right now, much love, respect, and shout out to DSB for the donations yesterday, and also becoming a member himself, and also dropping some money to allow other people to become members on the platform as well. Again, something I didn't even know that was even possible, but found out it was possible by way of DSB. Like I said, that was pretty cold. I mean, it's cold. He's cold. You can also see him directly on the community page, because I did say I was going to post that and, give a lot of love and appreciation for what it is that he did. So on our end, we have number wise. Dun, 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 dun. So for this live stream at the moment in time, we've had a nice 10K that have pulled up directly for this live stream. In certain instances, technically, it's about a little bit more than that. If I add in the other side directly there, we got about a good 157 likes out of the 10K of people that have stopped directly by. So again, much love, respect, and appreciation. And shout out to the conversation. The conversation was dope. Conversation was pretty dope, pretty consistent. GT said, I see I'm a bad guy, so I'll bounce. People love to call me a snake and villainize me, but wonder why I don't play hero anymore. Never something on your inside, guy. Keep up the good work, bro. I would actually highlight it, but you kind of like cursed in there, so I'm like, that'll be. But I got you. Let me. Wait, hold on. Who said you was a bad guy? I'm a little bit confused. I am lost. I don't even know what even happened there. I thought the conversations were actually going fairly good. Yeah, I thought the conversation was actually going pretty good. Sham said, LOL, I'm stuck in Remnant 2. I can't figure out the door puzzle. Okay, I got you. After what I'll do is after the stream, I will hop on Steam and I will try to help you out. I think I know the door puzzle you're talking about. You're talking about for the I think the Red Prince. I think that should be. I think that's the door. Either that or you might be in the jungle. But it's either one of those two doors. I got you though. Charles said, "What do you think about Doge cutting checks if it gets through?" I would say if anything positive like that does actually happen, that is actually pretty good and pretty great for the American people. And that's also going to feed money directly back into the United States, because the first thing that people are going to do when they happen to get money. Let me just highlight your comment real quick so that people know what I'm responding to. If this administration does actually cut checks to the American people of upwards of $4,000 to $5,000, that would technically help out. That would give a little bit of breathing room or help out a lot of families or a lot of people out here that are trying to go from job to job, or people that are just trying to figure out their situation. That would be a positive thing for America. That'd be a very, very positive thing for America. But again, it's an if it happens. But like I said, if it does, it will be very, very beneficial for everybody in all industries across the board. Tippy said, I am back. William Berry said, Carmelo. That's crazy. I'm not going to read that one. Tippy said, what's the next story, Seji? Technically nothing at the moment. TMC said this is fire and much love. William Nash said, cheers, stay safe, and don't talk to the cops. Yeah, that's bars. That's bars. Miss Rivers said, Grady Wilson from Sanford & Son, great googly goog. Now Google. Everyone enjoy your night. Chris R said the Texas Penal Code section 9.31 and 9.32 said you should look them up. Very important for this case. Okay, I got you. Sham said I'm in the unseen tower in the wastelands. Wait, the unseen tower. Yeah, you would have to screen cap that for me, because it's been a minute. It's been like a year since I really played Remnant. And the main place I would heavily stay on is in. Well, before I get on that, I'll just wait. But Seji, wait. D Money says, Seji, what's the Discord? Let me see. Ty, do you happen to have the link to Discord? Possibly. No, I wasn't trying to bother you there, brother. But I'm trying to see if one of y'all might have the link to Discord in there. Okay, thank you. Because what is it? D Money is looking for the link to the Discord, because at one point I used to have the Discord link directly, I guess, like up here or whatnot or whatever, but I forgot it. Tibby said, I'm buying a high-tech cooling fan, the ones that you stick in the window. Okay, that's dope. That's dope. Ty said, let's talk about Roman Reigns. Did you see what that man said? No, I ain't see that. You doing that because Tibby in here. Neil said, Penal Code, Shimon Code, the judge has a duty to stand between the state and what just happened, and the jury has the same duty. Tibby said, yes, please, Seji. Ty said, I got you. Tibby said, I don't ask for much. Wait a second. I think Ty just threw it in on both. So D Money, let me know if you see what Ty posted. Well, I'll highlight it. I mean, I know that's not going to really help. Just in case if you're looking from like the other channel, but that is the Discord, I guess, like link or whatever it is. So you would just happen to type that in or whatnot, and it should take you directly to the Discord. Shan was like, yo, you still not getting that 10%. That's crazy. That is crazy. D Money said, once I'm in Discord, I can tax y'all directly. This man right here. Tippy said you please? Wait, Tippy, what video are you talking about? I don't even know what video is she talking about. What video is she talking about? Wait, Tippy, what video are you talking about? You showed us Jade before. I don't have Tippy. I don't have the video, ma'am. You said that's not fair. Tippy, I don't have the video. And I did a pretty good job on staying consistent on this live stream where I didn't really deviate to like other stuff. I'm actually trying to keep it like that. But what I will do, Tippy, hopefully if you're here for the next live stream, what I will do is that I will play. If you can, Tippy, this is what I have you do. Send me the link to the video, and I will play that at the start of the next live stream. That's what I'll do. I will play that for the next top of the live stream. Tippy was like, that's not fair. Hey, Tippy, life is not fair. Let me tell you. Tippy said, WrestleMania is tomorrow and Sunday. Oh, I didn't even know that. It's been a while since I've actually watched wrestling. I've only like seen some clips here and there and whatnot. But yeah, I didn't even know that. So yeah, we'll figure something out then. So, all right. So more than likely you'll show up for like a Monday live stream, because today and tomorrow. Well, I'm sorry, the day after. Those 2 days you'll basically have wrestling directly on the brain. So yeah. I guess the day after, I'll sit up there and do that. I'll play that. You said, wait. Oh, Lord. Tippy is taking a lifetime. Let me tell you, I'm hungry right now. I'm very much hungry. I've been on this live stream about close to 4 hours and 30 minutes. Hey, Bongani, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is up? What is up? What is up? Tippy said, wait, am I on Discord? I think you should be on Discord. I think you are. You should be. Ty posted the Discord, so all you got to do is just click the link, and it should take you right there. It should take you right there. But yes, that's pretty much. Wait, Ty said, I just got off of work too. I got to go back and replay the stream. Yeah, no problem. I can safely say that the stream is pretty much, consistent. What I think before I happen to do this, let me see if I can edit something real quick. That's the details. Right. Nope. So I'm trying to get the parts for the comments. I can't specifically find those live reactions, right? We got redirect, participant mode, live chat replay. Okay, so it is up there. Live chat replay shows the original messages sent anytime someone watches the video. Okay, that's good. Okay. So we already got that. That's already, you know, listed up there. So yeah, you can happen to view the live stream and you know, some of the chats and, you know, and different things like that, you know, that took place. I was just trying to make sure that that was actually on because I wasn't sure if it was you know, on or not. Tippy said it's not working. Tippy said I went on Instagram and seen all of his videos. Did he do another one? I'm not sure, Tippy, but I guess we'll have to figure that out some other time because it is time to go. So shout out to all 63 people that are currently here at this moment in time. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you guys for any and all donations that may have come directly through by way of Cash App, by way of, you know, buying some merch. Shout out to anybody who also bought some shoes, you know, over the years. Shout out to all of my Patreon members from past to present. And shout out to anybody who's, you know, done any donations by way of the channel, live chats, and, you know, different things of that nature. Love you guys a lot. Appreciate you guys a lot. And I'm about to go eat. So hopefully y'all can go eat too. Go spend some time with family, get your feng shui in order, play some video games, or, you know, do something. Because I am out. See you guys on the next live stream. Peace.